All right, let's get to it. Let me get my headphones so I don't get no feedback loops. All right. Got some news to cover today. We'll do some video games. You know me. All right. Let's check it out. MAGA erupts Epstein. Let's go to the liberal side first. Let's check out what they got to say.
Many people don't realize that their injury case could be worth far more than what the insurance company is offering. But Morgan & Morgan does understand that. As America's largest
Yeah.
a 2 to 3 minute show, Morgan & Morgan for the people.
Here we go.
Welcome to the show. What a weekend. Glad you're here. A little heads up, we're testing something new this week. In the morning, we are doing like a 2 to 3 minute preview of all the news that's on the show today, not with the opinion. It's just like a 2-minute condensed newscast of today's show on our Substack. It's free for everybody. Let me know what you think. Substack.davidpakman.com. We might call it the Pakman Preview or something like that. But the idea is it's the hour show stripped of the analysis and opinion, just sort of like, here's what happened that's on today's show. Let me know what you think about it. All right. Trump and MAGA are being ripped apart by the resurgence of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. And the consequences are significant. And there's a number of different ways to interpret what's going on. But what we're seeing is that people in Trump's orbit are threatening to quit. Right-wing influencers have no idea what to do. Some are turning on Trump. Some are defending Trump. The left must exploit this. And that's the argument that I'm going to make today. Donald Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi, announced last week, as we covered, that the so-called Jeffrey Epstein client list just doesn't exist. Years of promising transparency, years of fueling speculation about who's involved in one of the largest sex trafficking operations ever exposed. We've got the list. We're going to expose it. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi. And all of a sudden, there's no list. So Trump's biggest defenders are now panicking. Tucker Carlson is calling it a cover-up. Elon Musk says, how is anyone supposed to have faith in Trump when he was going to be the guy who exposes it? But now he's not doing it. The Flagrant podcast guys with Andrew Schultz are saying this is an insult to our intelligence. Listen to what they had to say.
You're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February...
So we're stupid.
Yeah.
We're the fucking idiots, guys. Just to let you know, we're wasting time.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point.
That is, like, in all seriousness, that is, I think, what is enraging people right now, is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously, the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously, the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all.
Yeah.
So this is the gist, right? This is what we're hearing. The rank and file MAGAs that were screaming, lock her up about Hillary and talking nonstop about Epstein and the deep state and Trump's finally going to expose it all. They're realizing that they've been lied to, and they have been lied to. At the end of the day, they have been lied to, and we should call it what it is. Trump is the guy who promised to drain the swamp and expose everything with never before seen transparency. He is doing what he can to bury.
We need to start a protest for this one. If there was ever a protest for anything, this was the one that's got to be it. I'm not sure why this app is messing up, but I'm going to keep playing it.
Story. He once was considering pardoning Ghislane Maxwell, and his administration is now accused of editing a video, removing a minute from it, and they are saying we are being lied to. So one of the important things to
Whoops.
about as we go forward is how should the left approach this story. While all of this has been going on, by the way, not to be missed, Trump and MAGA got the massive tax cuts for billionaires through and continue to be completely flaccid on foreign policy and aimless on the tariffs. So let's kind of like connect the dots here. Trump gives billionaires this giant financial gift. And then this week, Trump's DOJ says we're not going to release the names, which, by the way, might be some of the very people that benefited from Donald Trump's tax plan. So people aren't stupid. People can smell a lie. And MAGA voters, especially the ones that fell for this idea that Trump was different and he's going to expose all of it, they are starting to wake up. This, I believe, is the moment to break through. The cracks are showing. MAGA's fighting with itself. The outsider image is gone. The tough.
I saw Hakeem Jeffries actually talking about the Epstein files, which I thought was surprising. We'll see if they could capitalize on it, right?
Persona's gone. And what is left behind here is another rich creep doing damage control. So just ask yourself, why does Trump want to protect Epstein's friends? Why did he defend Ghislane Maxwell? Why are they lying about the list? And why is it billionaires always getting away with everything? So this is not a gossip story. This is a power story about who gets protected, who's above the law. So we should say
Ghislane's still alive, which is the craziest part, right? Like, her dad has power still. They definitely still connected. I'm pretty sure she wants to testify, right? She's going to testify, she said. So I think they're holding the evidence of everything until that trial comes out. And we'll see how that goes. I mean, that's what I've been hearing. I know she wants to testify. We'll see if she lives long enough to actually do it. Because you know they're going to kill her for sure. All right? They're gonna take her out if they can. For some reason, I'm not sure why, but my Kick app is not working well. So like it keeps replaying the video. I mean, I can still see the chat, but I just can't keep up with the audio on it. But I'm pretty sure it's fine. But if you're on Kick, can you go ahead and chat for me just to make sure it works? I just want to make sure the chat works more than anything else. The video can stay frozen. I don't care.
Release the Epstein files. They clearly exist. Stop protecting the predators. Stop protecting Donald Trump. And let's get out there and demand the transparency that
we need a protest. Like I said, start the protest, please. I'll actually go to the protest this time.
Promised, as every aspect of this story is now falling apart. Let's now talk about the video. Did you hear what is going on with the Epstein jailhouse video? It is increasingly looking like the now infamous video with its 1 minute of missing footage has been doctored and in a relatively unsophisticated way. Let me set it up for you. For years, MAGA has been screaming, there is a massive conspiracy to protect Jeffrey Epstein and the powerful people connected to him, and Donald Trump is going to expose it. He's going to expose him. Well, the evidence is finally starting to point to a conspiracy, but not the conspiracy that MAGA was hoping for. And this is the key part. We now have reporting from Wired and from digital forensics experts. What they suggest and what they believe took place here is that the jailhouse surveillance footage from the night that Epstein died, footage that the Trump DOJ...
It was tampered with, right? That's what they said. It was like edited 4 times and downloaded a couple more. Something like that, right?
Said, this is raw footage. This is unedited footage. It was likely doctored. Metadata now shows that it was processed with Adobe Premiere Pro. The video itself has jumps in aspect ratio. It appears to be stitched together from at least 2 separate clips. It appears to have been saved multiple times. So the claim that this is raw, untouched video from a federal prison surveillance system is undercut significantly by the facts. Digital forensics expert Hani Fareed looked at the file, said this file would never be admissible in court because it breaks chain of custody. That's the standard that keeps evidence legit, and this ain't it. So even people who were skeptical of the Epstein conspiracies are now going, wait a second, why is the unedited video actually edited? And it gets much worse. We then get to the minute that's missing. A minute is just gone. On the night that Epstein died,
Supposedly, every night there's a minute that's missing. So, a lot of shady shit can happen in a minute.
missing minute. The clock jumps a minute. So what's the excuse? Well, last week we heard from Trump Attorney General Pam Bondi that the jail uses a surveillance system that resets at night and loses the same minute. The problem is that we have no confirmation of that. We have no technical documentation that supports that claim. We have no independent analysis that says that the missing minute happens every night. We're just supposed to take Pam Bondi's word for it. Think about this. The Trump administration's DOJ controlled the footage. The video was allegedly processed in Adobe Premiere Pro. That is not a transparent explanation for the edits. And now we've got this unexplained jump right around the alleged moment of death of Jeffrey Epstein. So we don't have to be the conspiracy theorists. They have been the conspiracy theorists. We simply need to point out, look, MAGA's been shouting for years that Epstein's connections to Democrats mean that there's a cover-up. But if there is a cover-up, all of the signs are pointing to the Trump administration. The video was released under Trump's Department of Justice. It was edited on Trump's watch. Epstein was arrested when Trump was president, and it is now Trump allies offering very shaky, unverified excuses. So maybe they were right about the conspiracy, but they've got the perpetrators wrong. And we on the left need to exploit it. If you think Trump himself is getting worried, you would be right based on what he published to Truth Social. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Donald Trump, the king of deflection and denial and gaslighting, appears to have admitted that he's in the Epstein files, and of course, that there is a list. So this didn't happen in a courtroom. This did not happen under oath, but it happened maybe in the place Trump occasionally tells the truth, which is Truth Social. Trump went off on one of these now routine, barely coherent, barely punctuated tirades, and in the middle of blaming Obama, Hillary, Biden, the deep state, the mailman, the prep cook, and the gardener, maybe the hamburglar, Donald Trump drops this gem. Take a look at this. Quote, "What's going on with my boys, and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration?
Obama.
Who conned the world with the
I love that. Obama.
Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell and more. They created the Epstein files, just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Now understand that already Trump's contradicting his own attorney general. Supposedly, the files don't exist. There is no file, there is no list. Now, all of a sudden, there is a list, but it was created by Democrats. Trump continues, why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? They haven't ever even given up on the John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. files, no matter how much success we've had securing the border, blah, blah, blah. It's never enough to some people. We're about to achieve more in 6 months than any other administration has achieved in over 100 years. And we have so much more to do. So he goes on and he ultimately says, radical left inspired documents on Epstein. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. And then he goes back to talking about how the 2020 election was rigged and stolen. So consider that they've gone from there is no list to, okay, there's a list, but Obama made the list to make me look bad. This is MAGA talking. And when they're starting to suspect that the guy who promised to release the list is the one hiding it, you know something is up. Now, later, we're going to look at the reaction to this post from MAGA. They are flipping out and ratioing Trump. That's not the focus here. The focus here is Trump was president when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. The Trump administration controlled the jail. His attorney general is the one who said, we have all this stuff, and now says, we don't have anything. And now Trump is melting down over files that supposedly don't exist, unless they do, and they were made by Obama. And they also would have been released, but maybe they're real, and maybe they're not, or maybe they exist, or maybe they don't. This is the panic spiral of someone who knows he's on the list, and he is praying. All of a sudden, Trump found religion. He is praying that these never see the light of day. So, again, my view, we don't have to assert conspiracies. We just have to say, it looks like their conspiracy is right. There's an attempt to cover this up. It's just that it's Trump himself trying to do the covering up. Make sure that you get the daily podcast. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple Podcasts. We will have much more on all of these stories and more after this short break. If you've been seriously injured in a car crash, a fall, whatever it might be, you might be entitled to more than you think, because insurance companies are trained to lowball you. That is why people turn to Morgan & Morgan, which is America's largest injury law firm. They've helped clients win millions, 12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer that they got, $26 million in Philadelphia. That was 40 times more than the insurer offered up front. And the best part is you pay nothing unless they win your case. No hourly fees, no upfront costs. If you don't win, you don't pay. Filing claims is quick and easy. Morgan & Morgan has modernized the process so you can start and manage your case right from your phone. So if you've been hurt, don't guess about what your case is worth. Find out. You can start your claim at forthepeople.com/Pacman, or just scan the QR code on the screen. Because fighting these big insurance companies does take a big law firm, and that is Morgan & Morgan for the people. The David Pakman Show is a pro-democracy, independent media program, and we are funded primarily by your support. We now estimate that 150 million is the monthly number of views that our content generates across all platforms. 150 million. I think back to the first year on YouTube. After a year on YouTube, we had 1,000 YouTube subscribers. And to think that we've gone from that to 150 million views a month is just mind-blowing. The primary sources of support for what we do, 99% of which we just give away. We've got some extra member content, but most of everything we do, it's not paywall. Online viewers and listeners. The term ratioed may not be something you're familiar with, but it is actually critically important to understand what's happening, and I believe that there is a clear shift happening here with MAGA. Let me explain to you what's going on. Normally, when someone posts to Truth Social or other platforms, the number of likes relative to the number of comments is significantly bigger, very, very much bigger. Like, just as an example, the typical ratio on my X account, like when I put...
Let's see, ghislane to testify.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. This has been a practice in how to not handle, which were on Pam Bondi's desk, and ready to be released, which were so lurid and so evil that we could barely even tolerate them. We were told that many, many times. And then they were promised they were going to be all released, get ready, truckloads of evidence, and then they didn't exist. And then they were written by Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. And those have been the stories. And what was a simple practice in transparency for the federal government to prove that we're not paying taxes to pederasts has suddenly smoldered into a radioactive toxic sludge of the current moment. And that current moment includes potentially members of the Trump administration quitting in defiance of the lack of transparency, like Dan Bongino here, and more importantly, a larger spiraling scandal. And I hate that it has gotten to the level of scandal, but that's what I believe, because there are so many people in the base that are upset. And listen, if you don't have a base, then where's your political power come from? I mean, the number one rule that you have to have is I'm not going to let you hurt me with my base, right? And that's the rule that Trump has to enforce here. President Trump, somebody who has said many times that he wants to release the full Epstein list, and somebody whose administration promised to do it over and over again. Now, the base is going to hear those promises, and they're going to say, we really care about that. We don't want to protect predators, and so thank you for doing that. That's an act of faith. When you yank that away, right, when you pull the football, then it is the opposite of that. And then that hurts you with the base. And you need the base to win the midterms. You need the base to win 2028. You need the base to continue on in power and to make this a durable movement. And so you cannot hurt yourself with the base. However, there is an out that is happening right now. In an article that stunned me to my very core, ladies and gentlemen, this shocking exclusive from the Daily Mail, Jeffrey Epstein.
She's ready to talk, y'all. She's ready to freaking talk and give up everybody on the list. Now, don't believe everything she says, because she's not a fucking saint, right? She's a fucking pedophile, alright? And she's a trafficker. A sex trafficker, alright? So, during the trial, I still need proof, alright? She can say whoever the fuck she wants out of her mouth. But we need also proof on it, you know?
Accomplice, Ghislane Maxwell, will reveal the truth about the pedophile client list, says insiders.
But whoever she does name, we're going to look a little sideways like, yo, what's going on? Why'd she say your name?
It's blocking her. My goodness, what is this? Ghislane Maxwell is willing to...
I don't know. She just doesn't like me for some reason.
Front of Congress about the Epstein files, sources tell of the Daily Mail. Maxwell, 63, is the only person behind bars, serving 20 years on child sex trafficking charges, despite the fact that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly controlled the web of underage girls. Ghislane Maxwell is a proxy for Jeffrey Epstein. She's serving time for his crimes. I'm not saying she's innocent at all. What I'm saying is that Jeffrey Epstein was clearly the mark here, and when he killed himself in prison, then they moved those charges effectively to Ghislane Maxwell. It's also why so much of the evidence is on lockdown. You must understand, the reason the evidence is on lockdown is that Ghislane Maxwell is appealing right now, and then that evidence is what's called under seal. I'm not saying that's a great excuse. I'm saying that the federal government needs to explain that to all of us, and then the DOJ needs to push for the release of that evidence, but that's a matter of fact. That's where so much of the evidence actually is. It's under seal in the Southern District of New York, under the control of the Justice Department, litigation pending, right? Additionally, Epstein's victims allegedly were passed around as sex toys to his wealthy friends and billionaire business associates who regularly visited his homes, including his private island. Now, a source says, despite the rumors, Ghislane has never offered any kind of plea deal. She would be more than happy to sit in front of Congress and tell her story. No one...
Congress does not want that girl. Congress are shitting their pants right now. Like, no, go back. Stop. Don't tell nobody.
Government has ever asked her to share what she knows. She remains the only person who was jailed in connection to Epstein that would welcome the chance for America to tell the truth. What is the truth? It remains to be seen. Maxwell was convicted in 2022 for a role in the scheme to sexually exploit and abuse multiple girls, Epstein, over the course of decades. Obviously, she has a very sketchy background as well. Her father was a spy and was Mossad and was connected to British intelligence and a ton of other intelligence agencies. Ghislane Maxwell sort of is the key holder and the last piece of physical evidence. You saw that they obviously had Virginia Roberts killed. That's what I believe. She was a piece of living evidence, to all of these crimes. Maxwell argues that she should have been protected from prosecution as part of a non-prosecution agreement made by Epstein, her former lover and boss, in 2007, when he agreed to plead guilty to 2 minor charges for prostitution and a sweetheart deal. Now, controversy continues to rage over the Department of Justice statement that there was no Epstein client list and the release of the videos in New York's Metropolitan Correctional Center, which the DOJ says proves he committed suicide. It proves absolutely nothing, by the way. If anything, it proves the opposite. Critics have pointed to the fact that there's a critical missing minute. There's also a bunch of people going in and out. You also can't see Jeffrey Epstein's cell block, much less his door. The entire thing is absurd, right? The entire release is absurd. The scandal alleges a cover-up that prompted a rebellion against President Trump's loyal MAGA base, and that's a real problem. Some believe Attorney General Pam Bondi should be fired, including Dan Bongino, who's threatened to quit. On Saturday night, President Trump hosted a rebuttal, saying, "For years, Epstein, over and over again, why are we not giving publicity? Why are we not giving publicity to the files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers of the Biden administration?" The Epstein cover-up was also the main topic of conversation among this weekend's Student Action Conference, including myself. Sharon Allen, an attendee, told NBC News, "It's not about Pam Bondi to me. It's about, look, Trump elected, you were elected, and you were supposed to be different. So prove to us that you're different by exposing the predators, right?" A source close to Maxwell told the Daily Mail that the former girlfriend of Epstein, who continues to protest her innocence, would welcome the chance to sit in front of Congress and tell the story. All she would have to do is get subpoenaed. She could appear digitally, right, from the courthouse. This happens regularly from inside of the jail. She could appear digitally. Maybe they could send her with a guard. The source said, congressional hearings have been held from everything from JFK's assassination to the Epstein files. Ghislane Maxwell would be willing to speak to Congress to tell her story. Maxwell is also fighting to have her appeal heard at the Supreme Court. July 14th, lawmakers in the U.S. government would submit their responses in plea to the Supreme Court to take up her case. President Trump's former first buddy, Elon Musk, sensationally claimed the cover-up is because of President Trump. The source close to Maxwell says it's a false flag. Interesting. President Trump was photographed with Epstein several times. They ran in the same circles, but Trump was one of the first to break contact with Epstein over Epstein's mistreatment of women. Okay. There are no...
I heard it was mostly because of a deal that went south. Like a real estate deal that went south. Like he was supposed to buy something off him, it didn't go through. That's the real reason why, not because of some ladies.
About President Trump and the Epstein files, but there are a lot of powerful men involved and a lot of money, and they got to follow the money. The Department of Justice also said that no one else is likely to be prosecuted in relation to the Epstein case, including Prince Andrew. And then Donald Trump got invited to England literally this morning. Donald Trump's going to make a state visit to England this morning. Got it. Prince Andrew has consistently and vehemently denied all the actions against him. Miss Guffrey committed suicide this last year. This is Virginia Roberts. Okay,
supposedly.
There's photos of Ghislane Maxwell and Virginia Roberts and Prince Andrew. She says that Ghislane Maxwell trafficked her to Prince Andrew. So why wouldn't Ghislane Maxwell, why wouldn't you call her in to testify? This is going to be a great test for Republicans in Congress, and also a good out for the Trump administration. This is exactly how you get rid of something like this. If you bring in Ghislane Maxwell, you show transparency. You should totally do this. We should totally do this. This is a great idea. Here's Ghislane Maxwell. She's spoken very, very little, obviously, but here's Ghislane Maxwell in a recorded line from her prison saying what she thinks about Epstein. And here's Tim Burchett, ladies and gentlemen, member of Congress, saying why he thinks the Congress won't do this. Here we go.
No, he didn't. I don't believe he did. I believe that he was murdered. Well, I was shocked. And I wondered how it had happened. Because as far as I was concerned, I was sure he was going to appeal. And I was sure that he was covered under the non-prosecution agreement.
Yeah.
But I wasn't in the indictment. So I wasn't mentioned. I wasn't even one of the co-conspirators.
And too many of my colleagues, I'm afraid, are compromised in this area for whatever reason. Somebody's whispered in their ear, said, "Hey, you don't want something to come out on something else. You better keep your mouth shut on this." And that's exactly what they've done. And it continues to go, whether it's the honeypot that the Russians used to use or something worse. I don't know, but But it's clearly, you see that up and down the line. You see good conservatives vote for liberal policies. And
So you're saying that right now, currently ongoing in our Congress, there are members of Congress who have been compromised by either special interests or the intelligence community to not give the American public information on Jeffrey Epstein.
I believe so. 100%. 100%. I want to tell you one quick thing. I know this, it's a little different, but I've been involved in the UFO, UAP issue, and it's, you know, like I said, I'm not going to bring out little green men and a flying saucer, but it's about transparency. I had an amendment on the FAA reauthorization bill that said if an American pilot sees a UAP, an anomaly or something, and they make a report to the FAA, that report has to be made available to Congress. I was told by the whip, I said, what happened to my amendment? And he said, it was killed by the intelligence community. And I said, you mean the intelligence committee? And he said, no, the intelligence community. It was not even brought up. And these are unelected bureaucrats that have that much control. And so, yeah, we got to start electing people with guts in both parties. This pandering stuff that's going on now, it's just a distraction.
I like this guy. That guy was cool. Major Epstein president. Oh, let's go a little bit. Let's get over. I'll just put out another president's AI thing. I gotta watch this.
What is going on, gang-a-line? Today we are going to be ranking some good old-fashioned smoothies. We've got 9 contenders here, and I am so excited to be presenting you all these because we all know that some all-natural fruit smoothies can provide you some amazing health benefits, and they taste extremely delicious on top of everything.
I'm just gagging at the thought of consuming that green-ass smoothie you got here on this list. Like I can get behind pure fruit smoothies, and I have been known to take a shot or two of rum in my Miami Vice or pina colada, but the Don absolutely despises whenever health nuts like you try to ruin a perfectly good smoothie by adding in some kale or spinach.
Come on, Donald, you barely taste the kale or spinach, and it just adds so much nutritional value to your smoothie. Why can't people have something that tastes good and is good for them at the same time? Seems like a win-win type of situation to me.
That's just a lie you tell yourself, man. I am not buying into that propaganda. Now, if you were adding some aspartame or some stevia to make a smoothie sweeter with artificial sweeteners, then you'd have me on board, because the Don is a fan of his diet drinks. But adding veggies is a whole load of bull.
Well, what if they weren't vegetables, Donald? I can up the protein in your smoothies if you just let me blend up a can of Spam or even some cat food, and trust me, man, you won't even taste the fruit when I'm done with it.
That seems like the most disgusting thing I've heard this week, and I am once again not surprised that it came from you, Joe.
All right, but some jackfruit goes crazy in a smoothie. Why don't we have that on the list, Barack? I remember back in I would have a jackfruit protein smoothie because I would get this flavorless protein and then blend that with some jackfruit, coconut milk, pineapple juice, and some frozen mangoes, and goddamn, that would bang. It was almost as good as my cat food with peanut butter, Greek yogurt, and chocolate soy milk smoothie.
Okay, you were actually spitting with the first part, Joe. That jackfruit smoothie sounds like a goddamn banger. Maybe without the protein it would taste better, but damn, I can already imagine it with a shot of tequila or something, and it would be a banger of a smoothie. Sadly, you immediately made me lose interest once you described your cat food smoothie, but let's not allow that gross smoothie to stay in our mind, and instead, let us get this list started with our first entry, which is strawberry banana smoothies. Now, these are timeless, balanced, sweet and creamy. Perfect hangover cure and is a banging B tier.
You know, for the amount of glazing you did, I expected this to be placed higher.
Well, honestly, I think he placed it in the right spot, Donald. The banana kind of ruins it sometimes if you don't get the ratio right, and honestly, strawberry could bang much harder with almost anything else.
Wow, Joe, way to be on my side, but yes, I have to say that Joe is 100% right in this. God, that feels weird to say, but yeah, I've had one too many strawberry banana smoothies where all I taste is purely banana. Thankfully, though, we got an even harder banger up next because it is almost impossible to mess up a mango pineapple smoothie. This is a tropical slap in the face, and really who would have thought otherwise that this would not bang? Like it's an automatic S tier, because you cannot go wrong with either one of these ingredients. I feel like these two fruits are just ones that you can add to literally anything, and it just cannot go wrong because they just enhance the flavor on everything.
Well, what if I added either of these things to a peanut butter smoothie? You're gonna sit there with a straight face and tell me that you enjoy either a mango peanut butter smoothie or a pineapple peanut butter smoothie?
Well, I wouldn't expect any sane person to do that, Joe, but then again, it's you asking, so I'm not surprised. Either way, let me give you something to actually hate on me for, because this is where I lose people. See, up next, we got what I call the green machine, and it's spinach, kale, cucumber, and any sort of fruit you like. It can be pineapple, mango, apple, strawberry, whatever tastes the best to you, it can be added to this smoothie. It is actively reversing the damage to your body whenever you go on ketamine adventures like Joe. Or if you're on a crazy drinking bender, then this will perk you right up
Ketamine adventures?
for the hangover. Now, does it taste good? Not really, but it feels good to drink, and when you drink it, you can pat yourself on the back for being a healthy person. Now, I'm not delusional, and I don't want the comments to take my butt if I were to place this high. So I think a solid C-tier entry is acceptable for this.
That is absolutely hilarious that you think this is a C tier. Now let me tell you something very simple, Barack. No one wants to add some goddamn spinach or kale to their smoothies. Why the hell would they want to ruin a perfectly good smoothie for the sake of some health shit? The smoothie is already healthy because it has fruits in it, so what more could I need? This belongs in garbage D tier if you ask the Don.
I disagree, Donald. See, a good old-fashioned green smoothie can absolutely bang. And I think Barack is too scared to place this higher because he knows that the comment section will roast him. Don't worry, Barry, I'm on your side, and I even add in some onions and garlic to my health smoothies to keep me alive in the streets.
Absolutely awful combination, and once again explains why your breath smells like fresh dog ass. But I do think you have a point, Joe. Barack would have normally placed this higher, but he definitely is scared of the pushback from the comment section.
Listen, I am not scared. It's just that I want to make a list that everyone will enjoy, and I am taking all things into account. Even though I know myself that adding spinach or kale barely changes the flavor profile on a smoothie, the rest of the comments won't buy what I'm selling, so I had to knock it down a peg. Either way, my ratings have been good, and they will continue to be good because up next we got a chocolate peanut butter smoothie. And, well, I don't know why this is here, because isn't this a milkshake? I don't know, but Frail added this to the list, so I may as well rank it, because this is an easy A tier entry. I don't want to place it higher because it feels more like a milkshake than a smoothie, but it's good, and it's on the list, so it'll go there.
Allow the Joe Dog to bestow upon his knowledge. See, milkshakes are typically made with ice cream and milk, which will make a very twerk-worthy creamy shake. And they often have some ingredients like chocolate or caramel syrup, which makes them more like sweet treats that you know are going to turn you into a big and girthy man like Donald. Meanwhile, smoothies are usually made with fruits and/or vegetables blended with a liquid-like juice or plant-based milk. They're not as thick and are marketed as more nutritious. So basically, milkshakes are bad for you, but taste good as hell and are as thick as Megan Thee Stallion. And smoothies are basically Ice Spice when she got skinny as hell because they're slimmer and may taste slightly worse, but still totally doable.
You know, when you put it into female rapper terms, I now understand the difference more. You're basically saying that the thicker and better they are, the more they resemble milkshakes. I love this Joe analogy.
I don't like the way he objectified these female rappers. He really could have just said that smoothies are aimed for healthier audiences and are more juice-like than milkshakes. I mean, look at Smoothie King. They got a ton of healthy options and they taste good, much like our next entry, because we got some strawberry kiwi smoothies. It's an obvious S tier to anyone who has watched this channel for longer than a year, because you all know that we all glaze the hell out of strawberries, and more importantly, the strawberry kiwi combo.
I love the texture these things add when you blend it with skin and all, because you get those little hairs in there, and it adds to the experience of the smoothie.
Joe, you're supposed to peel the damn kiwi. You might be the only man on this planet that actively enjoys the hairs on the kiwi. But then again, it doesn't surprise me considering it's you of all people. Well, Joe's weirdness aside, we actually have an odd smoothie up next, and it's the avocado banana. It's extremely creamy, but like I can't get over the fact that it has an avocado in it. Like I know in other cultures they use avocado as like an ingredient for desserts. But I just can't enjoy an avocado much, unless it's on a burger or on some toast. I need something savory with it, but I'm sure that if you add some honey or condensed milk, it can taste pretty good. That being said, I can only give it a D tier because I can't get over the fact that avocado is being put into something sweet.
Finally, you took a stand and made your opinion actually be heard. I'm sure that our foreign audience will hate you for this, Barack, especially after the fact that you put a spinach and kale smoothie above it, but I personally applaud your decision. Avocado is only good on sandwiches and burgers, and I will die on that hill.
I really hope there aren't avocado dessert warriors in the comments, because I just can't believe that it's a real thing. Listen, I'm sure that avocado can be added in with some other stuff on this list, and it'll actually taste good, but you all got me all sorts of fucked up if you think I'm going to enjoy a smoothie with only banana and avocado as the primary ingredients. With that being said, we actually have something amazing up next because we got a Miami Vice as our next entry, and you all might be wondering what this is. I'll tell you all why this bangs so much. Because it's half of a strawberry daiquiri and half of a pina colada, and God damn it, is delicious and cut. Is literally the best smoothie on this list, and I need everyone to try this because this is an automatic S tier.
Respectable glaze here, Barack. The Joe Dog approves of this, and he will love it even more if you pour in a double shot of rum in that bad boy.
Ooh!
I remember having some of the best rum smoothies at the Red Rock Amphitheater in Colorado while watching Shrek 2. I remember that I kept having so many that the ladies serving me had to stop. But don't you all worry, because I sent over someone to get me more and more, and safe to say that they had to kick me out because I accidentally shit myself during the scene when I Need a Hero song came on.
Well, I'm surprised they were even serving alcohol at a kid's movie, but I mean, if we're going to get Crazy Joe, then we have to put in the rum. Much like with our next entry, because this is the gateway drug into the world of smoothies. Pina coladas are to die for, and if it weren't for the Miami Vice, this would be the #1 item on this list and gets an S tier.
Some of these bad boys, while you got your toes in the sand in Mexico, while some migrant worker brings me more and more while I only tip him $2 American. Now that's the dream right there.
If you were in Mexico, then they wouldn't be migrant workers, they'd just be normal workers.
They're all brown. Chalk it up, man. If your skin tone is a shade darker than mine, then you're a migrant.
I might have to bring up the color wheel for that, because I don't know what shade is darker than the color of a bruised orange. But Donald's stupid intolerance aside, we now have the last entry on our list, and that is the berry medley, and this is just a mishmash of a bunch of berries. Anything you can think of that ends with berry, put that all in the machine and hit blend, and this one is a solid B tier. I'm not much of a berry guy, and whenever you blend blackberries, I feel like the little seeds get in the way, and I'm not too much of a fan.
Barack, that has just added texture. Why don't you just grow up and learn to enjoy the gritty little seeds in your mouth?
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to a guy who blends up kiwis with their skin intact. Either way, that has been the list, and I personally think that it was a banger.
Of course you do. You're the most insecure person we know, and all you do is seek approval from others and even yourself sometimes.
I wouldn't say that.
Barack, the other day you asked me for my opinion on what you should get from McDonald's. Me personally, I wouldn't let another man pick out what I get to eat. Be more like Joe and be yourself, man.
Yeah, just the other week I went streaking in the kids' playground because you know what they say, if you got it, flaunt it.
Okay, maybe don't be like Joe.
What's up, guys? Benny. We have some breaking news for you on this program that I just learned about Dan Bongino and his future at the FBI. And let me explain to you why this is important to me on a personal level. Because we know Dan, he's been a bit of a mentor to me, quite frankly. He's always been very helpful in our show, even calling me randomly to give me pointers on certain things and on certain builds. And he's just been a wise advisor. He's always been good, and he's been solid. He cares a lot about this country, and he has a heart of gold and a very big heart, and he's somebody that wants to make it a better place. He wants to destroy evil people, and he wants to help MAGA. He is totally MAGA. And so I have a personal connection to the story, and when I saw this headline on Friday, it sucked. Because Dan's doing great work at the FBI. And I think he's in a position that, quite frankly, he was built for. And that, you know, I think he could do really do God's work at that organization if given enough time and enough power as the deputy director of the FBI. Donald Trump personally asked him to be in this position, and the fallout from the Epstein saga, of course, caused Dan to say, you know, I'm not even, it's going to be really tough to return to my show, you know, to do what I love to do after all of this. If it really goes south, you know, will people trust me? Because they don't trust this stuff, and we haven't done it in the right way. Now, I called a number of people with direct knowledge of this, and this was Dan's frustration, is that the disclosures were not great, and the way that it was handled and the way that it was released was not great, and that he was being blamed in part for it. And so Dan didn't show up to work and sort of gave an ultimatum to President Trump and said, hey, listen, Pam Bondi either goes, right, or I go. And he and Pam Bondi had quite a bit of a blow up at the White House on Wednesday. Dan hadn't showed up to work since. Some people saying he didn't show up to work on Friday. No, it was Wednesday. So this is bad, because these are really good people, and you need them fighting a good fight. You need as many warriors as you can in this battle. I don't want to see Dan go. Neither did the American people, by the way. Probably the most viral clip from Turning Point's conference this weekend was Megyn Kelly asking the crowd of 7,000 rock-solid MAGA patriots, what do you think about Dan Bongino? Would you prefer that he leave or Pam Bondi? Listen to this.
He's not Who would you guys prefer, Bongino or Bondi?
They
Okay,
want
7,000 to 0.
They want Dan. Of course, Dan. You know why? Because Dan understands MAGA. Dan's part of the MAGA movement. Dan's been an important piece of it and a mouthpiece for like really important ideas, and an advocate and a fierce warrior. He's been in the trenches. I mean, with all due respect to Pam Bondi, she's been in Florida. She represented the president. It's nice, but do you think she really gets MAGA? I don't think so. She wouldn't have behaved this way if she did. And now it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing.
So, I mean, that's pretty demonstrable, right? Spoke at the same conference. I can tell you the same thing, right? The loudest roar that we received in our speech was when I said, you've got to release these Epstein files. It's tough love from a friend, you know?
I need those files.
I just did some phone calls, and I found out that Dan Bongino not only is back working at the FBI, that cooler heads have prevailed here, that Dan is actually working on something very, very important, and also everything's changed. Oh yeah. There is a positive mood for Dan, according to my source, after further internal movement towards Epstein disclosures and transparency. Trump team is back together and locking in. That's what I was told directly by my source. And people love this. I mean, I just put this up and it's flying. People want to see this. They definitely don't want to see Dan go. That's a matter of fact. But this is what else I got from another source, is that, well, there are some big things happening that we may not be able to see right now, but it's been very positive. All of you in the comment section, posting on X, writing right here, letting your voice be heard in whatever way that you do that, it's worked. Ladies and gentlemen, further sources confirm to me that there's going to be a major change in approach to the way that this Epstein file will be handled by the administration. Expect more disclosures. Very powerful people inside the admin are now pushing for a special counsel. Full press briefing on Epstein findings. Important to note that this drastic change happened after our voices were heard, but also Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and a number of other people, Charlie Kirk, really locking in and giving some tough love to the administration over this. They were met with massive roars and applause from the 7,000 gathered and could not be ignored. In short, our voices are being heard and empowered to the people. It's a beautiful thing to see. And I want to see Dan back at work. This, of course, is not exactly the right headline. I don't hear that Dan is in limbo. I hear that Dan is back at work, and that he's had a very good detente with Donald Trump, and that there's going to be changes. White House statement seems to suggest that Dan Bongino isn't resigning from the FBI. It's true. Here's what President Trump said yesterday about Bongino. Donald Trump smiled. He loves Dan. He wants Dan. Dan must stay.
Oh, I think so. I did. I spoke to him today. Dan Bongino, very good guy. I've known him a long time. I've done his show many, many times. And he sounded terrific, actually. No, I think he's in good shape.
Kash Patel also said in a post that he is staying, obviously, and he's going to serve at the pleasure of the president. He celebrated this online, obviously.
Dan Bongino is a very good guy. I've known him for a very long time. Does it sound like somebody who's trying to like fire Dan Bongino or trying to like cause a war? No. He's a good guy. I've known a long time. He sounded terrific. Shit. Let me be crystal clear. If Bongino was allowed to resign while Bondi stays in place, it is irreparable damage, and it would be a huge win for those trying to destroy our country from the inside out. They are absolutely, I would say, trying to destroy the Trump administration, maybe kill it in the cradle before it gets started, right? And to harm the administration. And they're trying to do that, by going after the most powerful players. People who really can create change. Change agent is Dan Bongino. So I'm confirming to you right now, from top level sources, Dan Bongino is back at the office. He's working. He's on mission. It's a good thing. And Tucker Carlson, I think, who also knows Dan really well, summed it up really nicely here, and explaining where the frustrations come from. Tucker, of course, been doing this a lot longer than me, is much wiser than me. So here's Tucker Carlson explaining the pressures that Bongino's under and why he totally understands this reaction.
Well, as we're recording this, Dan Bongino is threatening to resign if Pam Bondi does not resign as AG. What does that tell us, in your opinion?
Well, it tells us that Dan Bongino got shafted, completely shafted. And I'm saying this as a friend of his and someone who respects and likes him, but also just as an observer, an informed observer of it. So Pam Bondi, who's, by the way, I don't hate Pam Bondi, she's a totally nice person. If she was here, you would enjoy, I don't know if you know her, but she's a very nice person. I'm not against Pam Bondi in the slightest. But the fact is, she got on television on Fox News and started saying stuff like, I've got the client list on my desk. And actually, no, you don't. And I've got thousands of videos of Epstein having sex with kids. Well, actually, no, you don't. Most of the material was commercial porn taken off his computer. Like, that's just not true. Why did she say that? Probably because she's insecure and she's trying to please the audience, I would expect.
Do you think Dan is upset because his integrity is being questioned now over her mistakes?
Oh my gosh. So you're Dan, and you're a media figure, and you've got one of the biggest podcasts in the country, and you're making tons of money, and you're having a great time, which he was. You just built this brand new studio in Florida. You work with your wife, who you really like, which she does, and you get the call saying you'd be deputy FBI director, and you're like, I love Donald Trump. I love this country. I will, cut my pay by into a tenth of what it was, and I will leave my house and move to D.C., which is a kind of prison sentence itself. And I will do this because I love the president, I love the country. And you're there a few months, and all of a sudden, everybody thinks you're covering up Epstein's crimes. And it kind of wrecks Dan's career. Like, he can't go back. It's going to be very hard at this point. I mean, things may change, but as of today, pretty hard for Dan to go back to his podcast audience and be like, I'm telling you the truth, when they all think he's covering up for Epstein. Who did that? Pam Bondi did that. And I don't know that she did it on purpose. I'm assuming not. I don't think she's a mean person. I've never gotten that sense. But for whatever reason, she went out there and said things that were not true, that she could not back up. And then they issued this memo thinking that it would clear everything up.
That was embarrassing.
And I guess they're just so dumb, they didn't realize that if you tell everybody you have the tapes of these crimes and then you issue a memo saying you're not going to prosecute anybody for the crimes, what are you saying? I'm covering up for the perpetrators of these crimes. Duh. They have no one with an IQ over 80 over there to read the memos? Are you kidding? I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but I do know that it leaves a guy like Dan in a horrible position.
Yeah.
And he loves Trump. And I don't think Trump had any knowledge of any of this at the detail level. And so he doesn't, what do you do if you're Dan Bongino? I feel for him. What is Trump going to do? I don't know. I do think that I think they know that they have to do something. I think it's absolutely fair to ask, to what extent was Epstein involved in a foreign intelligence operation on our soil? This is our country. This country doesn't belong to any foreign country. Okay, this is our country.
We belong to Israel, brother. What are you talking about? We belong to Israel.
I was born here. I pay taxes here. So if some foreign country, I don't care if you claim it's our ally or not, is running an intel operation on my soil, I have a right to know what that was. And don't make me feel like I'm some kind of Nazi for asking. I'm an American. I have an absolute right to know that. And they're clearly, that is what is being covered up because it makes everyone so uncomfortable.
Sheesh, the heaters today, bro. Everybody is. All right, Trump drops huge Ukraine update. Let's check this out.
Okay, breaking news. President Trump did a press conference this morning with the head of NATO, to announce that there is a little bit of an arms deal. It's different than what Biden did, but let's walk through the basics first. Trump recently paused weapon shipments to Ukraine, also said he'd only send defensive weapons to avoid escalating the war. But President Trump has apparently gotten very frustrated with Russia, believing they're not serious about reaching a peace deal. Let's start to get some tape about this, guys, as I go through some of the facts here, please. So today, in a press conference, along with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Trump said America will, quote, send the best military equipment to other NATO members, including offensive weapons, which they are free to transfer to Ukraine. Per President Trump, we are just being an arms dealer, selling to our allies who can do whatever. But it's clear this is meant to be up the ante against Russia. President Trump has also announced a 50-day deadline for Russia to make peace or face 100% secondary tariffs, which apparently would be tariffs on nations that buy Russian oil. Let's play cut 284, please.
We've made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them. The United States will not be having any payment made. We are not buying it, but we will manufacture it and they're going to be paying for it. Our last meeting of a month ago was very successful in that they agreed to 5%, which is more than $1 trillion a year, so they have a lot of money. And
we got 36 trillion in debt, so that would be nice to get that. We'd be done with the. I mean, that would help our debt out a lot. Actually, we need that money. I need that money. Give me $1 trillion. Shit.
A wealthy nation. They have a lot of money, and they want to do it. They feel very strongly about it, and we feel strongly about it too.
Now, here the situation is a little bit different than what Biden did, but I'm going to give you my thoughts, which is it's not a direct just weapon transfer to Ukraine. At least somebody is purchasing them. Now, we have to make sure this actually ends up happening, and I believe it will. So NATO, or Europe, is basically going to be an intermediary arms dealer with the United States.
Yo, whoever's on... Oh, never mind. They just left. Damn, I was going to give you the shout out on YouTube.
That will buy the arms from the United States, hopefully generating some revenue, and then bringing them and sending them to Ukraine. Now, I want to see an end.
I'm done with Ukraine, bro. I'm fucking done. I don't want to talk about Ukraine anymore, man. Why are they still our ally? Get them out of here, bro. Give them to the Russians.
Ukrainian-Russian war. Personally, I don't want us to send any more arms to Ukraine. But at the same time,
exactly,
I want you, if you agree with me, in principle, what would you do if you were President Trump? He's in a very difficult position here. So let's walk through this, because I've done a lot of thinking about this. So President Trump started by trying to warm up the relationship between Vladimir Putin and America. Good phone calls, kind of talking like more friendly. Remember, Joe Biden had that relationship dead. That relationship was dead to rights. We didn't even have a back channel. And right out of the gate, there was a very bullish trend. And he gave Putin a huge leash. And there's no better way to tick off President Trump. And honestly, it would tick me off if I was in the chair. It would tick you off if you were president. Where you have a great conversation with a foreign leader. Oh, yes, everything's great. Let's do a deal. And then boom. Vladimir Putin is bombing
rockets, bombs. Just fucking hang up and send the drones, brother.
On Palm Sunday, which did happen. Now, Russia will say, well, you know, there's been assassination attempts against us and we're responding in that capacity, that regard. Okay, it's a war. There's always, I guess, a couple sides to this. But some open advice for Vladimir Putin, don't play Trump as a fool. This is not Joe Biden. This is not Barack Obama. And so President Trump has tried outright diplomacy multiple times. Now, if you think about it, President Trump does not want to see the Russian army march all the way to Kiev on his watch. I don't think anyone wants to see that. That would not be good. So it's a very difficult balance. It's a very difficult balance because, of course, Ukraine has not been forthright. I mean, this guy is the greatest salesman since P.T. Barnum. He shows up to America, you know, dressed like an uppity foreigner in a black T-shirt, and he ends up with $60 billion. I mean, Zelensky's the greatest salesman we've ever seen. President Trump wants to see the war end. he
Man, walk in, get $1 billion. That's dope.
doesn't want to see the war lost. And as someone who, honestly, I'm kind of like, I don't want to see more arms to Ukraine. I don't. I've said that repeatedly. I said it under Biden. I have a great deal of compassion and understanding for President Trump here. And I'm not just saying that because he's a friend and I know him. And if you disagree with me, then email me what you would do if you were president. Because this is not an easy one. This one's a toughie. So President Donald Trump is doing rationally the most important thing, of which there is really no downside in the pursuit of diplomacy. If you think about it, Vladimir Putin thinks that he understands domestic American politics. Here's Vladimir Putin's perspective. He's not feeling Russian angst, as we've explained on the prior show, because he's getting all of his troops in the rural parts of Russia, not from Moscow or St. Petersburg, where the Russian elites or oligarchs live. So it's basically very poor Chechens that are dying in the war and are just being used as cannon fodder for Vladimir Putin's agenda. So Vladimir Putin is making a bet. And here is the bet that Vladimir Putin is making. He is betting that America does not have the stomach to keep financing or to keep sending American weaponry. Almost all of Vladimir Putin's political calculus is based around the first principle that America domestically is done with this, and he's going to seize on that, and he's going to take advantage of it. So President Donald Trump is saying, no, your first principle is incorrect. Play cut 294. Think you're getting enough nutrition from your food? Think again. Right now, it takes 3 carrots to get the same nutrition as 1 carrot from 100 years ago. Our food supply has been hijacked by big agencies, stripped of the minerals your body needs to function at its best. Dr. Linus Pauling, a 2-time Nobel laureate, saw this coming. He warned, quote, "The world is sick due to a lack of minerals in our foods. Most supplements today give you 12 essential minerals, but your body needs at least 60 to thrive. That's why Immuno 150, Immuno 150 is a game changer, delivering 13 essential vitamins, 70 plant-based minerals, and 68 additional nutrients. This administration is going to make America healthy again, but it's our job to be informed and make good choices. Immuno 150 gets you on track for better health. Visit Immuno150.com. That's Immuno150.com. Or call 855-593-5500 to get yours. It's time to take back control of our nutrition.
Will these be Patriot missiles specifically, or Patriot batteries that you're planning? And when do you
It's everything. It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
And when do you expect them to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days, actually. Because a couple of the countries that have Patriots are going to swap over and will replace the Patriots with the ones they have.
So President Donald Trump saying this is now, as he now has a leverage point against Vladimir Putin. Oh, really, Mr. Putin? You're going to tell me that you want to do a deal and you're starting to go bomb children's hospitals or whatever? I mean, again, it's a war. I mean, Ukraine's doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. Russia's doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. I'm not getting too into the details of it. It's by the way, it's a very confusing war to follow. 7,000 people died last week and we act like it's okay. Oh, yeah, fine. 7,000 people died?
Damn.
And we just kind of shrug our shoulders. We kind of roll our eyes over all that.
Fuck him.
President Donald Trump continues on cut 293, saying that he'll impose very severe tariffs of the 100% on Russia if no deal is reached. Play cut 293.
I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And that's the way it is. That can be more simple. It's just the way it is. I hope we don't have to do it.
Now, here's the argument that some are making. They're saying this is a problem for NATO or Europe to be buying weapons because they want to bring Donald Trump and America into this conflict. But I actually don't share that view. And I think President Donald Trump has beyond earned our confidence and our trust after what happened with Iran. I think President Donald Trump has shown he does not want a war against Russia. he does not want a hot kinetic war. He doesn't. And he didn't want one against Iran. He doesn't want a quagmire. So I don't share that view. Do I think that we could potentially be stuck with a funding problem and a relentless kind of armament problem? Yeah, I could see that. Could I see this war going on longer than we would like it? But let me repeat. If you are in my philosophical camp, which I bet a lot of you are, and you're kind of fatigued with the war in Ukraine, you don't want to keep on financing it, you're kind of like, what are you guys even fighting for? Another 100 extra miles so another 500,000 people can die? What would you do differently? And if your answer is that we're just going to pull out completely, you run a major geopolitical and political risk that Ukraine will no longer exist as a country. Now, some people hold that view. That is a firm view. Some people say that, hey, if Russia wants it, Russia gets it. Now, the counter I don't like is, well, then Russia's going to march all the way to Paris. No, they're not. Actually, Article 5 will prevent him from even stepping foot into Poland. That's not going to happen. The argument, again, the whole kind of slippery slope argument that, oh, Vladimir Putin's going to march tanks through Warsaw, and then next you know, he'll be running Brussels. No, Ukraine is different. So the question is then, the important question is not about Brussels or Paris or Madrid. The more important question is, are you okay with Ukraine being conquered by Russia completely? And that is a very complicated question. Now, are you okay morally, or do you want to involve militarily? I'm of the opinion that this is not our fight and this is not our war.
Right. Me too.
But President Donald Trump has to manage a global economy as well. He wants to keep the dollar as the world reserve currency status. This is not an easy one. We need to aim for a ceasefire. And I think President Donald Trump has that as an ultimate destination. And I also think President Donald Trump dismisses some of the more radical clamoring people. Oh, yeah, he's going to roll tanks all the way into Prague. No, he's not. That's not. Will he potentially take over Ukraine? And would it be a gut punch to the European psyche and to continental Europe? Yes. And so he's threading the needle. And so Putin basically is not taking what Trump was saying seriously, because Putin was saying, now he didn't say it, but he was acting as if, well, Trump, you have no cards. Well, now Trump does have some cards, actually. And that's why he's doing the full complement. Putin may be misreading the influence of some of the MAGA portion of the country that wants no involvement in Ukraine. That's why I think Putin's first principle is incorrect. And so Donald Trump says, oh, you think you understand where we're at? Well, now I'm doing a full complement for Ukraine. Do you want to negotiate now, Mr. Putin? So I have all the confidence that President Donald Trump is going to keep us out of any sort of kinetic dragging us into it. I have no concern whatsoever. The reason why Iran I had so much concern, there was a lot of other reasons why Iran. It's because we didn't know the rationality of Iran. Russia, I think, doesn't want it either. That's the other thing. Russia does not want a hot war against America. But now President Donald Trump, this is key, has shifted the responsibility to Europe. That is key.
Fuck. Let's go.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a honor, great honor to have a friend of mine. We've become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte.
That's when he's talking about the Ukraine thing, so I'm good on that. Let's see. Tucker, Israeli Prime Minister lashes out at Tucker. Let's go. Dude, Tucker Carlson's a lot of shit right now.
got life. Somebody who got a lot of life this weekend was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein should have gotten life in prison when he was first charged with solicitation of underage prostitution in 2008 here in the state of Florida. Just so happened to have a very interesting conversation with the Attorney General in the state of Florida. There's a lot of motion. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes that are really exciting about this moment. Because of this movement, and because you refuse to pay taxes to child predator cults, we are going to save this nation. It's an amazing thing, and so much happened over the weekend, and I guess I should just start with keeping the main thing, which was this weekend in Tampa, Florida, Student Action Summit, Turning Point USA. There was a series of speeches that just burned the freaking issue to the ground. Some of the biggest names in the entire movement: Steve Bannon, Megyn Kelly, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson. Humbly, to a much lesser extent, myself, we're all on stage demanding the release of the Epstein client list. And without a doubt, let me just tell you from first-hand experience, this is the #1 motivating issue for the base. You don't have a political movement if you don't have a base. And if that base feels like you're betraying them or not telling them the truth, then they're not going to like that. I love President Trump. I'm not saying turn on Trump or anything like that, okay? This is, without question, the MAGA movement is, without question, the best vessel forward. And I think the MAGA movement could really be a durable 100-year movement. What I'm saying is that there are pressure point issues that have to be resolved here. And what happened this weekend was we were able to demonstrate what the pressure looked like.
We watched that yesterday, I believe, the Student Action Summit.
Here's a couple of good examples here, right? Here's Tucker Carlson. It's probably the speech that went the most viral. Tucker Carlson talking about Jeffrey Epstein at Student Action Summit, ladies and gentlemen, and explaining what the real problem is here. Take it away.
The fact that the U.S. government, the one that I voted for, refused to take my question seriously and instead said, case closed, shut up, conspiracy theorist, was too much for me. And I don't think the rest of us should be satisfied with that. And by the way, let me just say really quickly, because I was so mad about it that I think I found out part of what's going on. I think we are going to find out more. And I think the truth, for whatever it's worth, in case you're interested, is that the DOJ didn't release lots of incriminating sex videos with Epstein and his billionaire pals because they don't have them. They don't have them because when the original search warrant was served 2007, I think, possibly 2006, I think 7, it was basically designed to protect Epstein. The search warrant was written in such a way to make sure that the feds never got their hands on the actually incriminating evidence. It's another way of saying the cover-up has been going on since 2007, almost 20 years. And so the real question is not, was Jeffrey Epstein a weirdo who was abusing girls? Yes, we can answer that. The real question is, why was he doing this, on whose behalf, and where did the money come from? And those are the questions that need to be answered. And I think it's entirely fair to ask them. And it's not adequate to say anyone who asked them is somehow desecrating the memory of little girls who died in Texas. They're not going to put up with that answer. I don't care who gives that answer. That is not acceptable. And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried.
Tucker Carlson getting at the very root and heart of the issue here, which is that you're not allowed to go commit crimes on our soil as a foreign nation, and we're just supposed to shut up and take it. I don't care if you're our greatest ally. That just doesn't. That includes so many countries. That includes Mexico, Saudi Arabia.
Bro, I don't give a fuck who's our ally. We're on top. We should be on top, not somebody's lapdog. That's all I'm saying. I don't even know if we should give them weapons anymore, especially Ukraine now, bro. Fuck everybody, bro. Like, fuck everybody.
All of these countries, China, where do you think the fentanyl comes from? Like, maybe put a stop to it now and put a stop to it eternally and put a stop to it on all fronts. But yes, absolutely, there is an enormous preponderance of credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was working with Israeli intelligence. Let me just go off the top of the dome, okay? Top of the dome.
Don't do that.
I don't consider myself the world's greatest expert, but, well, we have asked a few questions about this. Jeffrey Epstein's madame, the procurer of the entire sex trafficking operation, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, was Mossad. Got a state funeral in Israel. The Israeli prime minister at the time that was eulogizing him said that the benefits to the state of Israel that Robert Maxwell gave, the story will never fully be told. The guy literally arms trafficked, war trafficked, broke every Geneva Convention imaginable on behalf of that state. That's just a matter of historic record and fact. That's Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. Jeffrey Epstein's pseudo-father was Bill Barr's dad, who was a founding member of the OSS, which led to the creation of the CIA, who hired Jeffrey Epstein at the Dalton School, even though he didn't have a college degree, who wrote a book about how you can rule a planet through pedophilia and in trapping the population through blackmail. He wrote the book. It's called Space Relations.
Damn.
Anyway, the point is that Jeffrey Epstein is raised by the CIA guy. Ghislaine Maxwell is raised by this Mossad guy. They put them together, and then, lo and behold, what happens next? Well, multiple Israeli prime ministers literally lived with Jeffrey Epstein. Ehud Barak's one of them, but he's not the only one. Jeffrey Epstein, there are many emails connecting Jeffrey Epstein to his ability to open up resources and opportunities in Israel. And I guess if you're looking for something that's totally anecdotal, how about this one? On this program, I asked Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz. I know you all love Alan you all love Dersh so much. Don't worry, we check the comments. The point is that Dersh knows what he knows. I'll put that one up too, man. That's a great article, Klein. Thank you for grabbing that. Just so happens that Jeffrey Epstein bragged about being a CIA agent and a foreign operative. By the way, the importance of the CIA in this story is woefully undercovered. The CIA is not allowed to run ops on American soil. Now, that's not saying that they don't. Of course they do, but that would be a big time naughty thing for them to do. They're a clandestine organ of our federal government. They are not supposed to do that to American citizens. So let's go with the Boy Scout answer here and ask yourself this. Who would benefit, which intel agency that's not allowed to operate in America would benefit from an island in international waters to do their crimes on?
Nice.
Bueller? Anything? Anyway, we asked Dersh, who I know you're all big fans of. We asked Dersh, hey, you were Epstein's lawyer. Was he Mossad? And in an answer that is still bewildering to this day, Dershowitz says, no, he wasn't Mossad, except for that one time. That one time that he asked for me to connect him with a bunch of heads of government in Israel.
I mean, he's not a bad guy. He just fucked a lot of kids, connected to them. Got the intelligence agency numbers. Fred from the normal CIA guy. Just hit him up. We just hit him up.
Did, and he flew in, and one of the guys was probably Mossad. So, there was that one time that he definitely did that meeting. But whatever, right? Don't pay too much attention to it. You have that, Cliff Klein. How long is it? I mean, sure. Why not? Here, just us contributing to the evidence collection on Jeffrey Epstein more than the DOJ has. Here you go. We're able to preserve a plea deal for Jeffrey Epstein in 2008.
This guy's like, I went to the island, but I didn't fuck no kids.
When you were his lawyer, Alex Acosta made a pretty stunning claim as to why that plea deal went forward and why he wasn't able to get a heavier prosecution against Jeffrey Epstein, saying,
I was told that Epstein belonged to Intel and to leave it alone. And this is what Acosta said before a Senate committee looking to confirm him in the first Trump term. Can you expound on that? Could you unpack that for us?
Yeah, I would be shocked if that were true. Jeffrey Epstein was not a reliable person. I can't imagine that any intelligence service would be using him, but I've heard the claim. I heard the claim that the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agents, used him just the way they used Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Maxwell. And, you know, you never know. One thing about intelligence services, they act in secret, so you never know. But I can't imagine any thoughtful intelligence service using a guy like Jeffrey Epstein. But it's certainly possible. If so, I didn't know anything about it. In fact, once when I was in Israel writing a book, he called me. He was in France. He said, you know, I've never been to Israel. I don't know anybody in Israel. Could I come visit you for a day? And he did. He flew his plane, and I took him on a walk in the Shuk, in the Arab area. We had lunch with some prominent Israelis, judges, etc. He asked me to put together a lunch. And then about 9 o'clock at night, he got on his plane as he left. As far as I know, that was the only time he was ever in Israel. But who knows? He could have fooled me, too.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. You know, just one time, just the one time that I took him there and connected him with the Mossad. Tucker Carlson going viral this weekend, ruffling a lot of feathers, saying, no, trust me, it's because the United States is protecting their foreign intelligence.
I want to look up James Lee. He's fucking really good. Let's see, James Lee. All right.
You need your own Joe Rogan as the bigger.
I want to talk about what? And its ties to war. What the hell is this? What the?
Spotify might be replacing your favorite artists with AI ghosts. And the more I dug into the story, the worse it got. Let's break it down.
Apparently there's an AI-generated band on Spotify getting hundreds of thousands of plays.
Yeah, the band, and this is just one of many, is called The Velvet Sundown. Their bio says that they comprise of singer and Mellotron player Gabe Farrow, guitarist Lenny West, along with Milo Raines, who, quote, crafts the band's textured synth sounds, and free-spirited percussionist Orion Rio Del Mar. Okay, first off, Mellotron? Do band leaders really play that instrument? It's very weird. Also, these totally look like real people jamming to real music. But believe it or not, they have over 500,000 monthly listeners, which is absurdly high for not being, you know, real musicians. So here's what I think is going on. Now, according to a new book called The Mood Machine, The Rise of Spotify and the Cost of the Perfect Playlist by Liz Pelly, Spotify has allegedly been promoting so-called ghost artists so that it could avoid paying royalties to real artists. Yeah, there's allegedly a secret program called Perfect Fit Content, or PFC, which involves a network of affiliated production firms and a team of employees secretly creating, quote, low-budget stock music and placing them on Spotify's curated playlists. A Reddit user recently posted that one of Velvet Sunset's songs was the first song on their Discover playlist. Not only that, the band is now being added to extremely popular playlists next to real artists, allegedly.
There's actually even weirder things about these playlists that these songs are being added to. This one's called Vietnam War Music. It looks like it has some AI-generated war image. And the playlist is mostly filled with songs from like the 1960s, 1970s. Fortunate Son, Paint It Black, For What It's Worth, Gimme Shelter. You know, songs I think we would legitimately associate with the Vietnam War. But then oddly, the entire catalog of this AI-generated band, The Velvet Sundown, is on this playlist. So it's likely someone is being paid to put the entire catalog there to run up streams and collect royalty. Go to another popular playlist they have, like Good Morning. Again, you have bright, bubbly music you'd probably associate with the morning. Here Comes the Sun, Better Together, Daylight, Bubbly, I'm Yours. But again, you have the entire catalog of this clearly AI-generated band.
Weird, but also explains how they got so big so fast. I mean, this band is reportedly less than a few weeks old. And apparently there are, quote, more than 150 playlists with such titles as Deep Focus, Cocktail Jazz, and Morning Stretch, which are populated all entirely by PFC content. Pelly writes, quote, in doing so, they are effectively working to grow the percentage of total streams of music that is cheaper for the platform, which, you know, from a business perspective makes total sense, and PFC is, in fact, Spotify's largest profitability scheme. But here's where things go from already very dystopian to something far darker, because that scheme of not paying real artists is working so well. Just a few days ago, it was announced that CEO Daniel Ek has invested a total of $1 billion into an AI military startup. It's a company named Helsing, which is a Munich-based defense technology company specializing in AI solutions to enhance military capabilities, and their flagship offerings include the Ultra Recce Strike software program, the HX-2 Kamikaze drone, and AI systems for electronic warfare and air combat. But don't worry, these guys only sell to democracies. Hey, what was the name of that one country? You know, the democracy, the only one, the only democracy in the Middle East.
The one and only Jewish state and the only democracy in the Middle East.
That's the one. So, while we're all paying $13.99 to rock out to the quietly spellbinding Velvet Sundown, what we're actually doing is funding the killing of dead babies. Seriously,
what?
We're witnessing the brutal slaughter of humanity in real time, right? Corporations, on one hand, are displacing real people to increase their profit in terms of the artistry, and then their billionaire CEOs are then reinvesting those profits into building machines that literally will kill people. I'm done with Spotify. My name is James Lee. This is the 5149 Show. Let me know what your thoughts are about Spotify. Also, please, now more than ever, if you want to support a real human journalist, please take a second to like this video, share it, subscribe to the channel. I'd really, really appreciate it.
Mr. Eck, you previously described Spotify's mission as to unlock the potential of human creativity by giving 1 million artists the opportunity to live off their art.
Yes.
How is your progress towards that?
Excellent. Our top-tier club of artists who can support themselves from streams has doubled in the last 3 years and tripled since 2015.
That's impressive. So, at your current rate of growth, you hit that 1 million figure in just under 75 years?
Damn. Damn, I should say, you're never gonna get that shit. Let's see. That was a pretty good video. I like that one. We are injecting babies with STDs. 11 hours of FC. Something doesn't add up. Let's check this out.
It's official. There is apparently nothing to see here, folks. According to the DOJ and the FBI, there is no client list, no foul play, case closed. And to prove it, the Trump administration released 11 hours of enhanced footage that was supposedly accidentally deleted years ago, purportedly showing that no one entered Epstein's prison unit the night he died. So let's go through that footage minute by minute to figure out what the FBI wants you to believe and what the footage actually shows. So first off, what exactly are we looking at here in this footage? There is a door on the right-hand side of the screen that says 46 on it. On the left-hand side of the screen, you could see a staircase that leads down to a lower-level common space where you can see some inmates walking around in the background. And then there is an officer desk area in the far corner. It's kind of blurry, but you can see it. Here's the floor plan. The camera's positioned in the lower corner here. The highlighted orange is the immediate area of that footage where door 46 is located. The officer station is in the far corner, blurry in the video, but you could still make it out. And Epstein's cell is highlighted in the middle right of the map here. And most importantly, it is actually obstructed from view. That's right, you can't actually see it from this camera angle. Here's another diagram. Each of these cell blocks have 8 cells split into 2 levels, L and M, so 16 total each. You can see from the point of view of the officer's station that Epstein's cell is in the upper L level. But once again, I have to pull up the screenshot to show that that area that we were just looking at is almost completely obstructed from view. You can see maybe the little teeth that is in the staircase going up to the L level. So really anyone could have gone up and down that staircase without being seen by this camera. So the claim that this footage can conclusively prove anything is sort of laughable already, but let's keep going. Now, a very important thing to note here is that door 46 is the only way to go in and out of this cell block floor. You can see that in the diagram here. Now, before we go into more of the footage, the obvious question here is that we have the 11 hours of footage, but how do we know that something didn't happen before or after this footage was taken? That nobody seems to have an answer to, but let's just say whatever happened to Epstein happened within these hours. According to the joint memo released by the DOJ and the FBI over the weekend, they claimed that, quote, this footage confirmed that the time Epstein was locked in a cell at around 10:40 p.m. on August 9th, 2019 until around 6:30 a.m. the next morning, nobody entered any of the tiers in the SHU, which stands for Special Housing Unit. Well, the thing here is that at 12:05 a.m., you can see that in the timestamp, this big dude wearing a hoodie is seen entering this floor. He grabs the bags that are sitting there near the door, presumably linens or something, and then he tosses it out of door 46. He goes out briefly, and then he comes back in. He closes door 46 behind him and then walks down the staircase out of view. This in and out of door 46 happens actually a bunch of times throughout the night. I'm going to show you one more here. At 3:15 a.m., a female officer goes out of door 46 and then comes back in at 3:17. And just to remind people again, you cannot see the stairwell that goes up into Jeffrey Epstein's cell block. But what we do know for sure now is that there are people coming and going throughout the night in and out of this floor. Then there's this craziness where 1 full minute of footage is just missing. It goes from 11:58:58 to 12:01:01. And you can even see the video frame change right there. 11:58:58, 12:01:01. And then something else that's kind of odd here in this moment is that some sort of editing software menu pops up in that upper right-hand corner. Also, I just want to add one fun little tidbit here that when I uploaded this clip or a clip of this video to TikTok, it was immediately flagged as AI generated. So I don't know, just putting that out there. Finally, this is near the end of the video, allegedly capturing the moment at around 6:30 a.m. when officers realized that Epstein had quote unquote killed himself. The footage is sort of blurry, but you can kind of make out that there's a lot of commotion and movement and discussion in the background there. I'm sure they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. So yeah, I don't understand how the FBI or the DOJ can
Pokemon Sweat Lord. I'm fucking weak, bro. I did make a new deck though, bro. I did make a new I cooked the deck myself, bro. It's so sick. Let's see. You want to test it out, bro? Let me know if you want to test out the deck that I'm talking about. I just cooked it up yesterday, so it's pretty sick.
Anything from this video other than maybe giving themselves away, right? There's certainly no proof one way or the other, but now at least we know for sure that the FBI and DOJ memo that was just put out is not accurate, and that there were at least 5 or 6 people coming and going throughout the night that could have made their way to Epstein's cell, which, once again, not in view of this camera. So will we ever get to the bottom of this? I don't know, probably unlikely, but we'll see. My name is James Lee. This is the 5149 Show. I want to know what you think happened and also what your thoughts are about the Trump administration's handling of this. I do want to give a shout out also to the Crime Corner who compiled all of this footage. I'll link their channel in the description below. If you want to support my work, please take a second to like this video, share it, subscribe, so us, the little guys, can keep the pressure on the...
I noticed that your channel could benefit from a larger audience to help boost your streams with the right support. Man, these bots are trying to get me to pay some shit. Bro. Earning up to 24 per hour on Kick. The channel could go 3,000 real followers. I need real followers so I can make money. Alright, so I'm going to play a little bit of the Heroes of the Storm. I'm going to set that up right now. I'm pretty good at juking and jiving. Let's see. Let's get this off the screen. Let's get this off the screen for now. Let's go to my BattleNet. When's the last time you played Heroes, bro? Alright, here we go. 10 years ago. Facts. I've been juking, bro. I've been learning how to dodge spells like crazy. Like, I've been just like, watch. You're gonna see right now. I'm gonna show you. I've been fucking people up, bro. Fucking people up. So I've been using a Falstad lightning build, so I can kind of pretty much chase them around. So I stack it as much as I can to 75, and then it's usually like a sustainability damage. So hopefully we can show you. If not, I'll just use the burst kill, but I'm hoping to show you the sustain build. And I pretty much just chase them, bro, and I'm B-stepping. I'm making fun of them the whole time. I'm talking shit, bro. I'm talking a lot of shit. And you'll see me, like, taunting them, and you'll see me fucking getting them pissed off. Oh, see, I already got somebody pissed off. I got flagged, bro, because I've been talking too much smack. Alright. Let's do it.
Let's fly.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, come on. I'm gonna put on some music in the background. Let's see, some chill music. Ad-free, royalty-free music. Royalty-free background music. Copy-free music, exactly. Let's do this. So I can change the category of a stream to chance. How do I do that? How do I mod you, bro? How do I do this? Hell yeah. Let's do it. I'm down to have a mod. Bring the hose in. I don't know how to do mod stuff, so if you can teach me how to do it, I'm down. We can figure it out for stream. Yeah, we'll figure it out sometime. All right. So, I just want to show my boy how I can juke. I can make these people pissed off at me. All right. I guess while that's waiting to happen, we'll just look at another video while we're just waiting. It'll let me know when it's gonna come up. All right, let's do something light, little light. It's still looking for a game, right? Yeah, it's still looking for a game. All right, perfect. So, let's see. Switch 2. People are mad. Why our game is upset.
The Switch 2 has finally been announced and revealed to the world. Can you even believe it? A new Donkey Kong 3D platformer, one we haven't seen in 25 years. This is dream come true. This is heaven. I've died and gone to heaven.
Oh, here we go.
This new console and all these great new games, it's all going to be available for the low.
We'll watch that afterwards. All right, let's get this. Oh, fuck.
Prepare yourself. And now you've crossed the line.
The battle begins in 10 seconds.
I will say, the grills, that'd be dope.
4,
I lost them, bro. I lost the grills. I gotta get some new grills.
What are you waiting for?
I feel like it's too loud. Is it too loud still? Hold on. There. It should be alright now. So they have a Diablo, which is kind of scary. Oh, I didn't pick my talent yet. I'm an idiot. I forgot to pick my talent. Oof. Woohoo! Got his ass, bro. Easy. Easy claps. Scared his ass, bro. Scared him. Alright, alright. Oh! He went the wrong way. My bad. That was my fault. Oh. Get out of there, bro. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. Damn, that fool's really cutting it close. I feel like my MacBook is a bit slower than my PC on this game. I don't know why. I need to start stacking though after this camp. There's nobody on the map though. I feel like they probably gave up, bro. Oh, never mind. There they are. There it is. All right. I don't see any enemies on the map, bro. I feel like they just gave up. Something happened. Oh, there they are. Oh, now they're on the map. Okay. Oh, shit. All right. Let's go to the thing. All right. Let's get this. All right, someone died. Ah. All right, here he is. Just stacking, just stacking. That's all we gotta do. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Let me get out of here. I'm gonna defend this. Alright, let's go down. Are there cheats in this game? Nah, bro. You just gotta be good, bro. Just gotta learn how to dodge. A little bit of stutter stepping, you know, just clear out the waves. All right. Now they're not on the map. I'm scared. Where are they at? Nope, not there. I'm just stacking, remember? Got him. Got him. Oh shit! It's hard to see the. Oh my god! It's hard to see the blizzard in the healing. Oh shit! All right, I'm gonna come back down. I'm gonna get this clown right here. All right, ready? Got his ass, bro. Get the hell out of here, bro. Too confident, bro. Too confident. Tell your friends about me, bro. Gotta clear out the creep. Don't let them see too much. Clear these guys out. And I'm gonna fly top. Alright, let's go up. Meet the rest of the crew. What is it? Oh, they're clearing. I'll probably just defend this part right here. I'll just defend this with this buddy. They should be able to get in the back, no problem. Dead, bro. Got him. Dead. These guys suck, bro. Might be able to get this Zagara. Oh, no. I was trying to see if I could sneak up on him. Didn't quite work out, though. Tell your friends. Alright, let's see if I can get this guy. Dang, he got away too soon. Alright. Damn, I almost had that fool. These guys are not good though, so it's kind of, I feel like kind of bad. See, like he came at me half health. Like, bro, that's what I mean. I'm just chasing him down. Oh shit! I messed up so bad. I suck. Definitely misclicked that one. Yep. My teammates calling me out. They saw me messing that one up. I can't even talk. I forgot I was suspended on talking. Talking too much shit earlier. Easy clap. Easy clap, bro. Think they're gonna keep coming for me right now. Yep.
And so the curse ends.
Just out of reach of the tower too. Check this out. I can still hit the tower without it hitting me. Just out of reach, bro. Just out of reach. It's a distance management game. Look, check that. Just out of reach. Just out of reach. Easy. Easy. That's all you gotta do. Out of reach. I'm just stacking, bro. I'm just stacking the lightning. Save my guy real quick. You know, nothing crazy. Oh, I got hit in the face with that one. It's just distance management, bro. Just all you're doing. I'll get some camp while there's nothing going on. Get the speed talent so I could go faster around, run circles around them, bro. I can even do boss by myself now. Let's see if I can do the boss by myself. I should be able to do this. Oh, he wants to help? He came to help. I don't need the help, but... Yeah, I could do the boss by myself with this build, bro. It's crazy. This build is underrated. I got so good at it, bro. Let's just get this one while we're here. Look how much damage I just put on with this lightning build. It's crazy. 41 stacks so far. All right. I'm about to go fight again. Here he is. Here he is. The little clown. If he does one more spell, I'm going to get him. Oh, yeah. There he is. Going after him. Too easy, bro. Too easy. Ah, he just said it too. Too easy.
Shall we see who gathers enough tribute this time?
I think. Fuck it, bro. Fuck it. We'll get it. Fuck it. Normally, I would not do that, but fuck it, bro. My team wanted to do it, why not? Boom! 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 Bro. Oh my god, I feel bad for bro. I feel so bad for these guys. I feel so bad for these guys. I'm coming in too. I'm coming in hot. Check this out. He's about to die too. Oh man. These guys can't really do anything against me now. Alright, I'll get out of here. I'm kind of low now.
The choice is simple. Choose a target.
I'm just clearing out creep while I'm kind of low on health. I'll get some health while I'm here, and I'll just get the tribute. Now I can fly anywhere I want. Not with this last talent. I always get this one. I could be everywhere on the map at the same time. Is my name FC? Because I'm fucking these kids up is crazy. That's crazy work right there. Here we go. Die, boy, die! Ah, oh. Easy. 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 Alright, let's just end this. I feel bad for them. GG's. Bro, I didn't even get a chance to show you. Legit. It's just, remember how I was pulling back with my lightning build? That's all you gotta do. Just lightning build, pull back, pull back, pull back. And it's just, and they try to run towards you and they try to run away from you. You just keep that same distance. Alright. I kind of want to play Butcher now that I'm on the game. But should I keep playing or should I do another politics talk thing? I did say we're gonna watch that Nintendo thing. We'll watch that. We'll watch that, and then we'll play Butcher. All right.
Price of what? What was it?
And it's going to cost $450. $450. $450.
$450.
I think it's
This is outrageous.
I think it's 500 now.
It's unfair.
And that's just for the. I think it's 500 now. $499. Oh, and the games are $80 instead of $60 now.
Once I bought a Wii U, I made it run. Played some games in my time. Once I bought a Wii U, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a Switch?
What's up, everybody? This is the homeless man here, and today...
Oh, how cold is this guy in his room? He's got like... You got 3 layers on with the scarf and the beanie, my man is outside. My man is outside right now.
Great gamer depression is upon us. This is my Great Depression outfit. I'm going to take it off because it is obnoxiously hot, and not just because I'm the one wearing it. Hey-o! So in a 2-hour-long direct, Nintendo revealed the Switch 2 and all the different features. They gave us a ton of info on the system, its upgrades, downgrades, those are important, a few brand new launch titles to look forward to, and a whole bunch of third-party support. 8 years ago, the Switch came out and started a new generation of consoles. And this is the dawn of a new generation. And would you look at that? The next Pokemon game? Looks like it's running off of a fucking GameCube. A time that should be filled with excitement, nerdgasms, if you will. But alas,
were it so easy.
Nintendo is asking you to drop $450 on a Switch 2. That is the baseline price for people in the US, though I'm sure it's all fucked up in different countries as well.
Oh my goodness!
People are understandably frustrated. What? Why? I thought you liked spending money.
I'm down to watch that debate. You want to watch that instead of this one? I'm down. I'm always open to a good old tussle of the tongues. Whoa. Pause.
Don't ever stop consuming. You love consuming. Don't ever stop. But why exactly are gamers upset?
Gay? Yeah, that was hella gay. Tussle of the tongues is wild.
And with these price tags, is it worth picking up? Do we even know if this will be the final price of the console? Is the price going to increase or decrease? Why are pre-orders in the US suddenly being delayed? Who's fucking with my video games, god damn it? Now, I do want to give my first impressions of the Switch 2 and talk about some of the more exciting stuff.
Introducing Game Chat. With this feature, you'll be able to communicate with friends and family while playing a game.
Bro, debate on Israel and Palestine? Dude, they're gonna throw hands. And his Destiny? He's a fucking rage baiter. Like, Fuck it, let's watch this. This sounds way more crazy. How long ago is this? Shit. How long ago? This was 6 hours ago? How'd you find this, bro? What's your algorithm like, bro? This is that's a fucked up algorithm, and I like it. Put it in my algorithm. Digital social podcast. All right, here we go.
Positions, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, you want to give your position first, or?
Yeah, what can we be a little bit more specific? I guess the recent,
like your position on, I guess, Israel, Palestine in general, or?
Should we talk about the recent events or just overall?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can start with my overall position, and then we can go into specificities. I guess with maybe the last conflict that one happened.
I mean, there's big parts of you've got the recent war, whether it's a genocide. You've got is Israel? Do they have a right to exist as a nation of Jewish people? You've got U.S. and Israel entanglement. Where do you want to?
Okay, I guess I'll kind of come from the position. I think we should stop all aid to Israel from the United States. My position is, I don't think we should be giving them aid. And there's a multitude of reasons for that, but that's my position in general, is we should not be giving any more foreign aid to Israel.
Okay.
I don't mind my algorithm cooks. It cooks some hatred, brother. That's what it cooks, and I like it. My thing on this, I don't mind giving them weapons. I don't mind selling them weapons, right? We're in debt, right? U.S. is in debt. I don't mind selling them weapons. You guys want bunker busters? Like we did to Iran? Just pay for it. We got $36 trillion in debt. It'll help us out.
Would be, I think that
But do not put troops on the ground over there. No troops. Keep our men and women over here. You can buy our weapons. I don't mind that.
The Middle East region is still probably an important region to have influence over.
Okay.
For purposes of oil shipment and oil refining, and also for trade through the Suez Canal. So I feel like having a lot of influence in that region is important. And if we leave, then we're kind of just giving it up to somebody else.
Okay. Good points.
We're giving it up to China, and we're giving it up to Russia, which we cannot do because that's gonna fuck up our economy. Hold on, let me get my stand real quick. I took the stand off for the game because I don't want to play with the stand. It just feels weird, so we can put that back up. All right, let's go.
With the Suez Canal, we kind of already have that under control because we've basically bribed Egypt by, giving them a lot of aid.
Why bribe Egypt when we could just take it ourselves? Fuck Egypt. Well, I don't want to rely on Egypt for nothing.
To play nice with Israel. And then as far as, maintaining security in the region, we're cool with pretty much everybody else. Saudi Arabia.
No, we're not. It's only Saudi Arabia.
Are the countries that have some real influence, especially Saudi Arabia. So I would say, I think Israel's hurt us quite a bit in the region versus assist us. I know
Bro, don't tell me I'm gonna be siding with Destiny right now. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me my ass is gonna be with Destiny on this argument. Oh, fuck. I thought he was liberal, bro.
People say, "Oh, well, they're our greatest ally" or whatever. I think it doesn't have to be Israel. I think there's other Middle Eastern countries that we can work with that wouldn't create as much of a tumultuous situation that we have in the Middle East. Can I have a pen and paper too, if that's cool?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see who you mentioned that we're cool with Saudi Arabia and other countries and Egypt as well. I think a lot of that is a function of probably Israel's strength. For better or for worse, over the past 6 months, they have managed to fuck up basically every other regional opponent. And I think that even though publicly they have to pay lip service to, chastising Israel over the Palestinian issue, Saudi Arabia and everybody else is happy to watch Iran basically get this shit pushed in. The people in Lebanon aren't big fans of Hezbollah. They're happy to watch their shit get pushed in. Yemen is perpetually fucked, so no one anywhere cares about what's going on there. So I feel like even though right now, obviously we made nice with Egypt and Israel so that they would make nice with each other, if we were to extricate from there and then pull all of our support out, I see the possibility of a Russia or a China coming in and then playing nice with them, and then obviously the incentives change dramatically.
Exactly. He's right.
And I would be worried about losing that influence there.
Okay, I see your position. I think going back to you said that Israel being a powerhouse there. I don't think they are as much as you think. It's it's either we destabilize other countries or we bribe them, right? So with Jordan and Egypt, we pay them quite a bit of money to play nice with Israel. Right? Because that saves us money in the long run, because at least the two countries on their border on the south and in the west, we don't have to worry about them like invading and attacking them. Obviously, we've got the problems in the north with Lebanon. But I do think a big part of the reason why we have these alliances is really more for us to, pay these people off so they don't attack Israel. Whereas, like, if Israel wasn't there, we wouldn't have to, be bribing these guys to give them money so they don't attack Israel. So it's either we destabilize and destroy them, or we bribe them with money, like we did with Jordan and
I mean, to be fair, those we call them bribes, but that came after Israel won basically 4 wars against all of these countries.
With our aid.
Not until 73. Like, Israel won 48 basically on their own. They, the Suez Crisis in 56, they won on their own. In 67,
well,
they
they
won.
kind of lost the Suez Canal crisis, though. They kind of got ran out.
No, absolutely not.
The Suez Canal crisis?
Absolutely
The
not.
U.S. told them you got to leave.
Exactly.
They
They
got
got
ran
run
out.
out. The U.S. told them to fuck off.
Yeah,
But they didn't. It's not because Egypt beat them. Nasser and Egypt would try to claim later on that they did, but it's because the U.S. told them, like, hey, you guys are
Yeah, because
So,
and that,
but I'm just saying that, like, they had the military might. They beat everybody around them. Like,
well, they had France and they had the U.K. with them as well, and they kind of came in.
They were getting $3 billion yearly drops like they get now from the United States.
Well, yeah, but see, and that's the thing, like,
But also, like, all the Arab states were getting helped by the Soviet Union and everything too. Like, they were constantly resupplying these guys because they had an interest there.
Well, so with the Suez Canal crisis, right? Like, we obviously this was a better time because back then we didn't really have a side as much, right? Eisenhower told them get the hell out of there, or else there's going to be some serious problems. They got out of there, and I would say the Suez Canal crisis created the nuclear arms race because after Israel had that embarrassing situation, they went ahead and got the nuclear bomb. They have it illegally, which I find kind of hilarious that they try to tell Iran that they can't have nukes when they have an illegal nuclear program.
Yeah, but I mean, if you ask anybody in the world, who would you rather have nukes, Israel or Iran?
Israel.
Even Persia.
Israel. I'm not picking Iran. They're ready to kill motherfuckers. They put death on everybody. Fuck that.
The Iranian people are going to be like, yeah, probably better with Israel.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we also said that, North Korea can't have nuclear weapons, but what ended up happening? Trump met with him. They shook hands. He went into North Korea. Nuclear weapons are a deterrent. I think they create quite a bit of peace.
They can. The only issue is North Korea doesn't really do like the proxy terrorism like Iran does, with like Hezbollah, with the Houthis, with Hamas. And I think North Korea is kept on a short leash because China's right there, and China doesn't want to see North Korea fuck around because it's going to reflect poorly on them. Iran doesn't really have the same, I think, kind of leash on them.
Sure, but my position is that like nuclear weapons like deter people, and my thing.
So wait, this guy wants Iran to have nuclear power? Is that where he's getting to? Because that's fucking crazy. We don't even want North Korea to have it, but they had it. We couldn't stop them, right?
I think every country should be able to exercise sovereignty and the ability to, protect themselves.
Fuck that. Yo, this guy is fucking crazy. We gotta put the boot on their goddamn neck. All right, that's what we gotta do. We're big brother. All right.
Run an illegal nuclear program, then Iran, as one of their adversaries, I see why they're doing what they're doing. And I will say that, our assistance of Israel has actually made the nuclear problem worse, right? We had the nuclear the nuclear deal, which I think was, something that the Obama administration actually did well. And we pulled out of it. And that created a lot of problems for us. And
I definitely agree with that. Trump did pull out of it. It was really bad.
It was, look, you know me.
Sure.
I like Trump, but I will criticize him when he makes mistakes, and that was a fatal flaw. And I think that's kind of led to the bad foreign policy that we have now. I think it's one of the biggest mistakes he made foreign policy-wise. And, that was the Israel lobby, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, I think we backed the right horse. I mean, Saddam Hussein is out. I mean, Iraq is like chugging along. Assad is out. Syria is heading in a direction that's probably going to be markedly more pro-West and more anti-Russia. The only player left is really Iran. Somehow Israel, through the fucking gift of God or whatever, has killed like every single adversarial military leader and everything else over the past 6 months.
Their intelligence, the Mossad, is fucking next level. All right, they got Palantir tech. That they did that, not us. They did that, and then they're giving it to us, the U.S. Okay, so they have the best intelligence in the world. They torture motherfuckers like crazy.
Which causes us problems as well.
I mean,
in the 7-3 war that you mentioned before, how they won that one, like they won that one by blackmailing us with bombing the Arab world with a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, they
Golden
definitely
War, basically.
Yeah, I heard the third temple has fallen. I think from Dosha. Yeah. No,
We
yeah,
can
for
agree on
sure.
that.
But I'm just saying that at the end of the day, like Saudi Arabia, most of the Gulf states are happy to have Israel as a friend versus Iran, who's going to be competing with them, blowing shit up constantly. Like they don't like those people very much. And then you've got like everybody would just prefer to see a strong Israel in the region versus a strong Iran in the region, who's like causing trouble for everybody.
Yeah. So when it comes to Saudi Arabia, I actually agree with you on that. I've said this forever, that like the Gulf states are cucks for Israel. They just secretly do things behind the scenes. They just don't do it publicly.
Yeah,
because obviously they would be looked at poorly. But I also do think that a big reason why these Gulf states play so nicely is because the United States backs Israel. So in other words, Israel wouldn't be doing the things that they do and having the reckless foreign policy that they do, assassinating scientists and doing all the things they do all across the Middle East, if it wasn't for us backing them.
Right.
And I think by us backing them, it's created us quite a bit of problems here where, you know, look, I'm critical of Islam too. I know that you're extremely critical of Islam. I grew up Muslim, and I even say all the time that Islam isn't compatible with the first world country, world America.
I don't believe that. I don't think I'm not.
It's not compatible with America.
I'm more critical with Islam than I am of Christianity or any other religion.
Sure. You're critical of all, but I know that like Islam, you talked about. Well, I don't know if it was you, but I know other people have said that it's not compatible with the first world democracy.
Okay, probably just me because I downplay. I don't think religion has much to do with like the Middle Eastern stuff for the past like 50 years. So a lot of people don't like that take.
It does play a lot into it. But the point I'm trying to make is that you know, I don't think they hate us because we're Americans is what I'm trying to get at here. I think,
Iran?
Well, the Middle East in general, the entire Middle East.
Oh, no, they got plenty of good reasons to not like us.
Yeah, but yeah, it's because of our...
We toppled their governments like fucking dominoes every fucking decade, bro. They hate us. Even Israel hates us, all right? If an American goes over to Israel, bro, we're going to get our ass kicked. Because every time we go over there, we fucking taken out something of theirs, all right? We play nice, but we don't play to... It's weird. We kind of like each other, but we low-key hate each other.
Our interventionist foreign policy, which is to benefit Israel. So my argument is simply almost every terrorist attack that we've had to endure has been because of our really bad foreign policy to benefit Israel, and I just don't see the benefit there for us as the United States.
We don't see the benefit, but we don't see the detriment if we would have lost there, right? Like imagine all of those states were hostile to us. What would open?
I don't think it would be, man.
Why not?
That's where. So I think if we didn't have this like crazy interventionist foreign policy at the benefit of Israel, I don't think they would hate us like that, man. You could look at these Gulf states that have money. These other Arab countries would probably been able to have stable economies, utilize their oil and their other resources, have some money. And
Are we assuming that Israel didn't exist? Or because I would say like if Israel wasn't there at all, not to make some argument on whether we kill all the Jews or whatever, like let's say Israel wasn't there at all.
Yeah.
I feel like they would all just be fighting each other because I feel like prior to like Israel being there kind of gave them a central enemy to kind of like fight for a while. But prior to that, when Britain was carving it up after World War I, you had like the Mandate, you had like the Turkish Revolution, you had Egypt like wanted their own state. Like everybody kind of had their own state, and people were kind of like vying for influence and.
Argument.
Yeah, so
I've always been critical with the Arab world. Like they need dictators and monarchs for a reason, right?
Sure.
But I do think, as far as like us and our relationship with them, I don't think it would be as bad as it is if it weren't for all of our interventionism on behalf of Israel.
Let's say that like Iran falls tomorrow, and let's say it's not. Let's say it's replaced by something stable-ish, right? Or it's not. It doesn't like.
Who do you think won? Oh, this could be the next topic. I think that our move into Iran.
He's not letting him finish his thought, though. He needs to chill out.
It was an L for us. I think the United States and Israel took an L with that conflict. I don't know what your position is if you want to...
I'm a major proponent of not having a nuclear-armed Iran, so I was okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, like, I don't like the way that we got there, though, right? I would say that exiting the nuclear deal was really bad. Israel loved that, and Saudi Arabia loved that because they fucking hated us when we signed that nuclear deal with Iran.
Yeah.
Then
bombing. Well, Saudi Arabia, they're cool with Iran now. They've opened back diplomatic relations. They're cool now.
I mean, they have, yeah, but I mean, like, these guys are diametrically opposed to each other in terms of interest. Like, Iran backs the Houthis a lot. Saudi Arabia tried for like 3 years to bomb and get rid of all of them. They like, I don't think they.
Yeah, people don't talk about how Saudi Arabia has been killing Yemenis for years, and it's literally terrible. And I've been critical of the Saudi Arabian government for that too.
Yeah. I guess I'm thinking like if Iran were to fall and that whole region were to be like friendly-ish basically to the United States, that just seems like a really good state of affairs for us. Because aside from Iran, like who would give us trouble there?
Well, I think the only reason they give us trouble is because of our foreign policy, right? So like I think it's better to just like not give Israel all this aid and let them hash it out over there.
Like a whole region being friendly towards us, but there's like an issue still with Iran. Do you think we should just exit completely and risk losing the entire region to Russia, China, India?
No,
I was looking at the girls too, like they kind of look kind of bad. I was looking at the girls over his shoulder. I'm not gonna lie. Why are we debating with the girls? We gotta go.
What I'm trying to say is like the Arab world really doesn't like us. Like, so, okay, I'll give you an example. So like when Biden was in, right, like Saudi Arabia was flirting with BRICS, right? And it took Trump going over there, right, playing off like I'm not friends with Netanyahu went over there, met with, you know, the leader of Syria, al-Shara, aka former Al-Qaeda guy. You know, we'll lift the sanction off you, and then we'll meet with the, you know, we'll go. They give him the jet or whatever. Like, we almost lost Saudi Arabia to BRICS, and my argument, my bottom line is that, like, and I think you would agree with this, Saudi Arabia just does what's best for Saudi Arabia. Like,
sure,
whoever,
but I mean, like, who would you rather have access to?
As Saudi Arabia should. All right, they're the richest country in the They're the richest in the world. All right, we want them. They have all the leverage, so of course they're gonna do what's the best for them. All right.
States who's like signaled that they're going to have a strong interventionist policy, or like when it comes to defending your interests, or somebody like Russia, you know, when Putin sits by and watches Gaddafi getting raped by bayonets, or sits by and watches Assad's regime completely and totally collapse, or watches, you know, Syria be involved in a civil war for 10 years, or watches Iran crumble because Russia can't handle its own war right now. Like, it feels like the U.S. is a good ally to have in your corner, and then we can defend and ensure trade. You know, like, let's say like the Houthis were up to their, you know, shenanigans, and it wasn't the U.S. that was interested in that region. Let's say it was fucking China or Russia. Like, who is to say that the Suez would have ever opened again? Like, would they have had the capability to even send ships down there to? And does Russia even have a fleet anymore that they could send?
They would have. They would have. But my bottom line is that, like, the Saudis and a lot of these Muslim countries, or these Arab countries, they already don't like us because of our policy, right? Like,
I disagree. I feel like they like us quite a bit. I think they're right. I think that's why most of them, like, people like tried to hype up that Abraham Accord shit, but I think that, like, most countries are like, listen, the fighting shit is gay. Let's just like move on and like build up and make economies.
Yeah, but the Abraham Accords like kind of led to like all of these problems. Like it was one of the reasons why, you know, we had the altercation that we had. But to go back real quick to the Iran thing, so I think it was a monumental failure. And I'll give you my position real quick, and you can tell me what you think. The reason why I think it was a monumental failure is because unless you affect regime change, everything else was a waste of time. And I would argue that we made them stronger by intervening, because what ended up happening was they survived the assassination.
We made them stronger by giving, what, $13 billion worth of fucking equipment? That's how we made them stronger. Last administration made them stronger by doing that.
Their generals, they survived the precise attacks with the nuclear scientists. They did, they did. But the Ayatollah's still alive. They still have their military intact to a degree. Yes, they were weakened. Yes, Mossad did a fantastic operation getting behind enemy lines and destroying air defense and jamming radars. Fantastic. But they did all that and, you know, showed their cards. And they couldn't effectuate the regime change because they were hoping that by them, you know, doing all this, it would make the Balochs or one of these other, you know, rebel groups say, let's go in and like take over. And they didn't do it. Actually, the opposite happened. It united the country. The people that were critical of the theocracy, right, were like, you know what, we need to get behind the government because yes, we don't like the Ayatollah, but we hate Israel even more. So like when they had these funeral processions, like there was like thousands of people out there like saying yes, yes, yes. So like it was an L for us because we actually ignited their nationalism. And then like the other problem also is like within, and I got this from like an insider that like understands Iranian politics. I didn't know this. Like in their government, right? There's like the reformists, which would be like their Democrats, and then their conservatives, their Republicans. And there was a lot of fighting in between, like, hey, diplomacy with the West or no diplomacy. And basically what happened was when Israel attacked with Operation Rising Lions, they said, you know what, fuck it. We're going to hit them hard. And then they just started hitting Tel Aviv super hard. That's why we saw, you know, them being able to attack a lot of strategic sites, hit their intel bases. And obviously Israel withheld this because they didn't want anyone to know that they were being hit. But it's coming out now that they are actually hit pretty hard. Tel Aviv got destroyed. Not all the way, but it got significantly damaged.
Definitely not. There were a couple of missiles that fell, but not significantly damaged.
Oh, dude, they did. I'm telling you, there was a ban on, and I'll show you after the debate. Like, and that's by design. Like, Western media and Israeli media purposely made sure any like journalists that took pictures or document anything, there was a chance of them going to jail because they didn't want Iranian intelligence to get precise coordinates of where they were being hit for obviously opposite reasons. Then on top of that, we know Israel, you know,
they make requests so that people don't like report on like where
they also didn't want pandemonium too. Two main reasons.
Yeah, but like there's some. It's Tel Aviv. It's a first world country. Everybody's got a cell phone. Like you're never hiding.
Yeah. Of course. And people did put it out. Like there's still video. But I'm saying like like actual journalists, they were getting in trouble for it.
I don't disagree with this idea that we're making.
Oh, and just to finish real quick. To finish my position. So you know, we united the country. The regime is still in power. All we've done is embolden them to get the nuclear weapons even more so now because they're like, now we need a nuclear bomb, right? They kicked IAEA out, which IAEA, the IAEA,
International Atomic Energy Association.
Yeah, the long story short, they were supplying us with information about their nuclear capabilities. Now they're gone. The last person actually just left today from Iran. They kicked them out. So we have no oversight of their nuclear program. And me and you both agree that leaving a nuclear deal was absolutely stupid. So now we have nothing. And I think that if anything, since we didn't get rid of the regime and they've mastered the cycle, the centrifuge cycle, they're going to get another nuclear bomb. And let's assume we go off what Trump and Hex has said.
It's gonna take a couple of years, or maybe a year, but yeah, they're gonna build another bomb. We're just gonna strike them again, right?
1 to 2 years behind. Well, so what? The regime is there. They have the capability to build another nuclear bomb. Is my position. So I think that us intervening, we spent billions of dollars to help defend Israel, to bomb their nuclear facilities, and they're just going to rebuild it.
I mean, like, when it comes to an overall comprehensive view of what the Middle East should look like and what our approach to Iran should be, I'm not going to argue that our view right now is incomprehensible. One of my biggest complaints about Trump is I don't think he's a mind for politics or foreign affairs or anything. I don't think he has like an overall, like if you ask Trump, like, what do you think the Middle East should look like? He'd probably just draw like an Israeli flag over every country or something. Like, you guys are a fucking idiot when it comes to that. So like our overall approach, our overall approach is definitely like incoherent. But I mean, given a list of bad options, I would say Iran not having access to nuclear weapons is something that not only we prefer, but every single actor in the region would prefer. It's just very scary when you've got an actor that it takes so much like overt effort to fuck with other countries. You know, whether it's expeditionary forces in Iraq, whether it's Hezbollah in Syria and obviously in Lebanon, whether it's Hamas, whether it's the Houthis, like they have their fingers in so many different things, and then for them to be completely and totally safe from any attack now, because Israel can't really attack them if they have a nuclear weapon, things get way more weird at that point. And I think any world where they don't have a nuclear weapon is beneficial to the stability of the region, the stability of the planet, and literally every interest that we have in the region, both country interest and like trade and oil and everything.
I wouldn't think like the whole planet. I just think that region is safe because I don't think they would be able to reach us. If Iran had a nuke, I don't think they'd be able to reach us, to be honest.
So I would agree with you that them having a nuclear weapon is bad. I actually agree with you.
I will say that you keep arguing like on their perspective. If I was Iran, I would be barreling towards a nuclear weapon. So I understand their perspective. Ever since Syria fell, I think that was a huge signal to Iran where it's like, okay, well, fuck. Especially because, and I'm not a fan of anything happening right now, but like Trump did them kind of dirty because I'm pretty sure that attack from Israel came it was like 2 or 1 day after the.
It was right before. They hit him on like a.
Like the ceasefire happened and then boom, 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 they got hit again.
Friday was supposed to be Sunday,
And it was like the problem.
Really bad diplomacy.
Yeah, but I don't even know if this country does diplomacy right now. I don't know. We're 90 days, 90 trade deals. We have 0 so far. Like everything foreign affairs wise is fucked. So I think that Iran has every incentive right now to continue towards.
And I think we push them that way. Because I agree with you that them having a nuclear weapon is bad. But I think like we had the ability to have control of it.
We did, but we don't have the leadership for it right now. The one thing that we have to counterbalance is like, so I fully believe that Israeli and U.S. interest is aligned in a lot of ways. I know you might not agree with that, but
they are in many ways.
They are in many ways, but Israel also has interests that are
absolutely more aggressive.
Yes, they're not aligned with the United States. So, for instance, the United States, regardless of what any retard says, the United States does not want regime change in Iran. Israel absolutely wants regime change in Iran.
I think they would be okay with it, but they're not willing to put boots on our ground to effectuate it.
We would be okay with it insofar as like maybe because Israel wants it, but the reality is like a collapse in Iran could lead to all sorts of catastrophic. It could lead over into Iraq, into Afghanistan.
And I would argue the base, like saying like no fucking wars, like that. I think that stalled his like decision making. Like, oh man, I need more time. I think he would have been way more into this conflict if the base didn't rebel so bad. Because that was
because Israel is full steam ahead on that. If the U.S. is like regime change, Israel's like we've already got like 5,000 Mossad, in place to give us a signal.
That's why Mike Waltz got fired because he wanted to have a plan where they literally put boots on the ground and they were going to send special forces into these nuclear facilities and really like try to get shit going.
Sure.
So
So
I think it was a failure. On my end, I think from a U.S.-Israeli position, it was a failure because our goal was like we don't want them to have nuclear weapons. We emboldened them and we nationalized them where they're patriots.
At the very least, I would push them off it, right? Let's say, do you think that the world is a better place if Iran starts to have nuclear weapons in a month or in 2 weeks?
No, it'll create problems. But I'm arguing my position isn't that them having nukes is bad. I think them having.
So isn't that having nukes in if having nukes in 2 weeks would be really bad? Isn't pushing it like 6 months? Isn't that? Well, I know we did in the past, but now we have to worry about what we have now.
Yeah.
Do you think them having nukes in 2 weeks is better than them having nukes maybe 6 to 12 months from now?
I think they can get them faster.
Well, I mean, a lot of their stockpiles have been blown up. A lot of their centrifuges have been blown up. Like, it's going to be...
A lot of the uranium got out. Multiple reputable sources are saying around 400 kilos was snuck out. I would not be surprised if they didn't have other clandestine operations going on, knowing that they were going to get hit. I mean, their 3 main nuclear facilities, the whole world knew about it. I would be shocked if they didn't have other places.
I'd be more shocked if they were to hide them from all the infiltrated Mossad in their country. I felt like Israel would have known and told us.
Well, they just busted another ring today.
Sure.
The IRGC busted another ring today. So, again, My thing is, I think our bad foreign policy has kind of led us down this road where it's like now they're saying death to America.
The worst option.
Let's go ahead and get nuclear weapons. Like we could have totally avoided this if we didn't have the nefarious influence of Israel saying we don't want a nuclear deal because they're going to build nuclear weapons anyway. It's the real reason is that Israel wants regime change and they want to be the hegemony.
Sure, but I would say the fault there is Trump because Israel didn't want the nuclear deal we signed under Obama. So I mean, like,
yeah, I would agree with you. I think him pulling out of the nuclear deal because of Israeli lobby pressure was a big fucking mistake. Huge. But like I think from our perspective, I think it was L. I know you're saying, hey, we pushed it back. I think if anything, if we did push them back, their resolve is greater. They're definitely gonna get a nuclear weapon, and we've just made everything worse for everybody in the region.
Okay, I think
that's my position on it.
You two agree on a lot. It sounds like.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I still think we should cut. Do you think we should give aid to them?
Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah, to everybody in the region. I think it's a good region to be friendly with. And I would hate to see that region fall to somebody else's influence, especially when something has happened in the past several years where it feels like a lot of our enemies are having issues. Like I think Russia's running into a significant amount of issues. Watching Syria fall is good for the U.S. technically. So I mean, like I think that.
I honestly think if we cultivated Saudi Arabia, they'd be a better ally than Israel.
In all my historical reading and in all my current understanding of Saudi Arabia, I don't even know what Saudi Arabia does or like, but like they have like a military supposedly, but like I don't know what they do. They've been
I'll give you real quick.
Fuck all. They have like I don't know.
Sure, I'll give you my position.
War between Israel and the countries, it's like Saudi Arabia sends like 3.5 tanks and like 1 jet.
Yeah,
sometimes we'll fly and land in
They
Egypt.
basically have a weak military, but like we give them all their protection. But my position is. If we had cultivated our relationship with Saudi Arabia versus Israel, Saudi Arabia from a religious perspective, right? Mecca, Medina, very religious. Like they're kind of the leaders. That's why like them coming into the Abraham Accords would have created so many problems. It's actually one of the chief reasons why Hamas attacked, because Hamas knew if Saudi Arabia comes into the Abraham Accords, that's like the leader of the Muslim world. So it would have, and the Palestine question would have been answered. So that actually prompted it. So I think if we had cultivated that relationship, we would have been better off.
I mean, we have cultivated. We have a good relationship with Saudi Arabia. We've had for like 20 years, right? I think that the issue with the Abraham.
Hey, he panned to the girl. You see that? Girl's coming up, and the guy was like, click. Show the girl the back.
Was more without Israel?
Yeah, because I think Israel's been putting a lot of it's created a lot of diplomatic problems for us all across, and then like with what's going on in Gaza just makes us look worse in the international scene, right? And it's like we deal with all their problems, all their blowback, because we're the ones funding them. So all the bad shit that they do, we have to eat it. And even when we tell them, hey, Netanyahu, don't do that, he does it anyway.
We definitely have an issue. You need a leader with a lot of vision to solve the Palestinian issue with Israel. And I think the big reason for the Abraham Accords, why Hamas was emboldened after that, is because Trump basically furthered the Netanyahu goal of saying, fuck dealing with the Palestinians, we're just going to keep pushing it off to the side. I think was a big thing.
Yeah, and they couldn't afford for Saudi Arabia to come in without answering that question, because that would have been they would have been cooked. Yeah. Now again, like obviously what went down on October 7th was horrible, but I do think it's very important to understand like why things happen and why bad foreign policy leads to these issues. And I think the only way that we're going to get peace in the Middle East, because okay, let's say Iran falls, there's going to be a new insurgent group, there's going to be more terrorists, they're going to come in. Until the Palestinians have a state, we're always going to have problems in that area. And with Netanyahu, he doesn't want a two-state solution. We know that he's destroyed the Oslo Accords on multiple occasions. He doesn't want them to have a state. So until we get one.
The thing about Israel is like the people are realistic. Like you can compel him, you could force him to do things, but you have to have a U.S. leader that's actually on board with.
Well, the way we'd have to do it is we'd have to literally make their aid contingent upon them playing nice with the Palestinians.
Yeah,
but they would never do that. That's the problem.
That's why you need a leader to do it, right? Yeah.
Well, see, if we weren't controlled, and I know you disagree with me on this, like if our foreign policy wasn't run by them, and we didn't have such Zionist control of American foreign policy, we'd be able to do it. Where it'd be like, look, you guys got to make peace with these guys, otherwise you're not getting aid anymore. But since we continue to give them weapons, they continue to have influence, they control our politicians, they have no incentive to make peace.
If they have so much control over us, then why did Obama sign that nuclear deal in the first place, though?
Well, good question. So he signed it, but he got heavily criticized. Netanyahu came here, shit on him, like in front of our own government, and he's the only other world leader that could do it. And then as soon as Obama got out, he lobbied, and Trump took it out. They put Iran on. That's another thing too. Like we put the IRGC on the terrorist watch list, foreign terrorist list in 2019. Mike Pompeo. That created problems because then we put heavy sanctions on them. Like we had every ability to play nice with Iran and do diplomacy, but we fucked it up. And
Israel doesn't have. I mean, like. It's not. Well, I guess we disagree. I was gonna say like Israel can't make Trump like be their bitch. Like I don't think that they don't have that influence. If they don't have the economy, they don't have. Okay. Yeah,
I think he is beholden to the Israeli lobby, and it really pisses me off because like the Adelsons gave him all this money.
I think because like he said earlier, Destiny even admitted that Trump doesn't know shit about foreign policy. So I think it happens that Trump is reliant on Israel for the foreign policy because he didn't know as much as he should, or as other presidents or other people do. So he delegates the region over to Netanyahu, and he said, "You deal with it. It's your region. You know it better than I do. Let me just help you fund it." I mean, that makes more sense to me. If Trump doesn't know what exactly how the region works, like he gets the he gets the briefings and all that stuff, but like to be in the fucking shit is different than just being told something,
Doesn't need it. The guy's he had Elon Musk, the richest guy in the world. Like this guy could have literally gotten fundraised from anywhere in the world, and he would have been okay.
So the reason why he needed the money, because he was facing all the legal cases, so he needed the money to run.
And he's got Trump coin and Melania coin. He doesn't need. I mean,
that was after.
I mean, he's got a ton of money from that, right? He's got a lot of money from that. Legal cases aren't tens or hundreds of millions.
Yeah, but he already won at that point. I'm talking about
his
before. I'm talking about before. Obviously, he had like 4 criminal cases. 2
criminal cases. That's what I mean. Like
Hey, they get expensive.
Yeah, but I don't think he needed the Israeli money for that. I think this guy was the most popular politician in U.S. history. This guy fundraised from $1 million.
Myron Mandelson is just one.
Sure.
Like, there's a bunch of other donors that we don't know about that give him money, that aren't under AIPAC, that we don't know about. That hey, and then look, he got the tech bros in, Peter Thiel, Alice Karp, all these guys, the Palantir guys. These guys are like lifelong progressive Democrats. They all got under the Trump bandwagon. Why? Because of Israel.
Because they were triggered by the woke shit.
Bill Ackman, all these guys.
Triggered by the woke shit. No. Do you think Elon Musk was controlled by Israel? Like this guy joined Trump, he bought X for Trump, and
he's
literally
thinking about it.
Well, no. So what I will say is that when he got X, right, and he started getting hit on, when he bought X, and then like people were like, they were taking a free speech crazy, and people were
shit, stretch. Fuck, bro, I've been sitting down for a while.
Critical of Israel and talking about all these different things, like. People tried to, Media Matters wrote a hit piece on him, right? Saying like, oh, look, these anti-Semitic posts are put right next to your advertisers, blah, blah, blah. And he ended up suing them. But, they made him do the fucking ritual. He had to go to Auschwitz with, Ben Shapiro, put the hat on, the whole humiliation ritual. And then after that, he started playing ball. And then, interestingly enough, Elon Musk, the only person that came to the U.S. that Elon, left Texas to go visit was Netanyahu when he came here in, I think, late last year.
Yeah, but I mean, is that just because that's the only one who would meet with Elon Musk? I feel like he's not a very popular guy. If we go on X right now, this is like the neo-Nazi paradise platform at the moment. Okay, it's crazy out there. It's not like he cleaned up a whole bunch. I mean, the Media Matters hit piece was you can call it a hit piece, but it was legitimate. It was kind of weird that you could scroll through something where it's like some actual crazy.
Well, they were doing that on purpose.
Like
they were doing advertisements on purpose. Like they were refreshing the page and
I understand. I've read the case, the complaint that they filed, and I know that Elon alleged that a lot of it was unfair. But I mean, you can create a new account on Twitter and you can scroll yourself and go and test it. You'll see some crazy shit right next to a sponsor. It was pretty fucking wild. Now, as of right now, I think most sponsors have kind of come back because the price of advertising got cheap enough.
Yeah, and they cleaned it up too. They did clean it up after that hit piece.
Cleaned it up.
They did, dude. They did. I got demonetized. I got
demonetized too. I don't know.
Well,
but yeah, I don't know. I just don't see. It's like an unfalsifiable thing. I think that there's plenty of reasons to explain why. I think a lot of old people in the U.S. fucking love Israel just because of the story, the Cold War, and everything.
A lot of dumb boomers.
I don't think you need necessarily. I don't think you need a conspiracy to explain why Trump is such a huge fucking Israeli dick suck. And I think you see the younger generation is definitely not.
They're just starting to wake up to this stuff. But the boomer generation, the people that watch Sean Hannity and Fox News, whatever, they are. But my point is that I think our foreign policy is controlled by them, and we need to stop being occupied by them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Our foreign policy is on Netanyahu because Trump doesn't know better, right? He's in the shit. Netanyahu's in the shit, and so he's like, I'll pay you to just dictate everything over there while I do this shit over here.
If it was easy to buy somebody off, I mean, how many Arabs, Muslims are there? 2 billion?
Yeah.
There's got to be more money in that world to pay off a leader than however much.
Well, they have to register under FARA.
Well, sure, but I mean, it's AIPAC is not like Israel. Or wait, you probably think.
They're not Israel, but they're American, you know, a lot of times American Zionists that, you know, obviously believe in Israel.
Sure, but you can make the same thing in the U.S. with an Arab group if you wanted, or a Muslim group, or a Saudi Arabian group, or whatever.
Yeah, dude, but like, come on. I mean, we could talk about Epstein, for example, right? Like, do you think if Epstein was like, you know, Jeffrey Mohammed, that like we would be concealing the fact that he was, you know, an asset for a foreign intelligence service? No, the documents would have been declassified immediately.
Sure, but I don't think that would have been because like we're beholden to Israel. I think it's just because a lot of older Americans remember 9/11 and fucking hate Muslims and shit. It would be like, fuck this guy.
No, sure. But like, what the point is that like, you know, if Epstein was Muslim, those documents would be out. If he was an Arab, those documents would be out. Like, you know, but the fact that he was tied in with Israeli intelligence, like we still don't have the documents, we don't have anything. Oh, we're gonna declassify him. Didn't bring anything out. Took 60 years to get the
Epstein is
JFK
hard.
documents.
The Epstein is hard. I truly believe. I don't think there was a book. There was no client list. I think that Epstein was a kind of a perverted dude. He had young people there.
No fucking way, Destiny. There's no way this motherfucker had a whole island with guards, a landing strip, thousands of girls coming in and out, or young, I don't know if they had boys too, but all that just for himself? That don't make no fucking sense, bro. He has to get backed. He has to have intelligence to give back. And his girlfriend was a daughter of Mossad. All right, there's no way this guy was running this fucking pimp machine just for his own dick. All right, he was passing out for every other dick that wanted to pay for it.
Anything to be found from the Epstein stuff. I think that Trump played it up because they wanted it to be and because it looked good as like a hit piece, but like I think that like the people that pushed this the hardest would have been the ones with most incentive to kill him, right? Epstein died in 2019 in a Trump federal prison, right? What was it? Acosta was a Department of Labor secretary who was the criminal attorney, I think, who got
U.S. attorney.
U.S. attorney.
He was the U.S. attorney at the State District of Florida.
Nice deal, so that he didn't have prison time for the first charges that he caught.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to make like Epstein, obviously, if he was on video saying, "Oh, Joe Biden is my best friend of 10 years," like people would be losing their mind because it was Trump. Nobody even knows about the call that's like publicly available. Yeah, I don't know. The issue I have, I guess, sometimes is that like I can see a bunch of stuff that like I understand, like there's good explanations for it. And I'm like, is there anything that's happening where it's like I can't explain that without some kind of like foreign push?
So here's my thing. I actually agree with you that like people are way too hyped up on the client list or whatever. And actually, to be honest with you, I was talking with you about this. Where people really need to look is the CIA, because if he was actually a foreign agent for a foreign,
that's part of the Epstein list, though. That's part of it. Like CIA, Mossad, Saudi Arabia, what I heard Russia now is in this. That's what we're looking into. When I asked for the list, it's about the deep state. Deep state is CIA and like what military industry and all that stuff. Like there are people out there that need their names out. We just need to know the names, really, and then we can research from there.
The CIA is going to have all that information. The FBI is strictly domestic. Like NSA, CIA. Honestly, Tulsi Gabbard is the one that's going to have everything when it comes to Epstein, because people forget that there's a criminal case and there's also a classified high side. That's the stuff that people want to see. So my thing is, I think the fact that he is aligned with the Israeli government is a big reason why they're not showing us that, because that's what people really want to see. Is there a client list? Maybe. But my thing is, I'm more interested in who was he working for? Why was he collecting the information that he was collecting? And what was he actually doing when he was in the U.S.? Like, what were his meetings like, etc.? Because I guarantee
to
you,
be fair,
they have that.
That kind of stuff will never be released, like ever.
Well,
Like
when they said
stuff like that would never come out.
That's what they campaign on, and that's why people are so pissed off.
But that's like their issue.
Yeah.
I think one big issue the Trump admin is going to have, like in the first term, because Trump doesn't know how to do politics. He didn't know anything about like what do my cabinet members do, or what do my agencies do. Now coming in, right? He's appointed absolute sycophants in every single cabinet position, and now he can't use those.
Yeah, he put loyalists instead of competent individuals.
So he can't use deep state excuses anymore, unless we're saying the deep state is even deeper than all the Trump control. And when you've got guys like bongo balls or whatever on Tim Pool saying, "I got a guy in the CIA who told me 100%," and now this guy is deputy of the FBI with Kash Patel or whatever, and they're like, "Oh shit, we actually have nothing. Nothing's going on here." And Tulsi Gabbard says nothing is going on, and Pam Bondi says nothing's going on. Like, at what point is it like?
Has Tulsi Gabbard? Because that's who people really need to ask questions to, because people forget like how the intelligence apparatus is. But she's the one that's going to have everything. She's going to have the high side stuff that people are actually interested
I mean,
in.
they say that, but like, what was the argument before? The argument, so Pam Bondi should theoretically have everything for the DOJ, but she's like, well, the Southern District of New York was hiding stuff from us. So is Tulsi Gabbard going to leave in 4 years and be like, actually, you know, even though I was the director of National Intelligence, they were hiding stuff from me too. And it's like, fuck.
Well, the reason why I say her is because she's going to have access to all the classified stuff from the intelligence community, right? Like,
no, I understand theoretically, but I'm saying it feels like there's always a deeper state to point to once they're out of office. They're like, we couldn't get those files because somebody deep in this.
My bottom line is that if he had worked for the Saudi Arabian government, we would have those documents. But since he was tied in with the Israeli government, we're not getting those documents because, and I guarantee you why they're not going to release it. They're going to consider it national defense information, NDI, and off that, we can't release it. And then a lot of those people are still alive. Who knows what he...
I feel like this would be standard like, I don't think we would know about Saudi Arabia. I mean, they literally fucking chainsawed that one dude up in that embassy.
Khashoggi?
We didn't do fuck all about that, right? I think at this point, I think most people believe...
Well, we wouldn't give that same level of, like, Saudi Arabia, cool. But, like, I'm saying, like,
for Ukraine,
we give Israel is insane.
Maybe. I mean,
insane.
What was his name? Jasal?
Oh, Khashoggi?
Jesus fuck,
yeah. The Saudi Arabian guy,
It's pretty crazy. Like, I'm pretty sure people saw him getting, like, carried out in
They killed him in Turkey, yeah.
Yeah. And then, and look at like Ukraine. I think at this point, most people know that Zelensky might not have had personal knowledge, but Ukraine probably took out the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. We haven't released anything or said anything. Fuck all about that. I think it's pretty standard practice for we have allies. We're not going to release like condemned.
Sure. But like,
you know?
The amount of aid that we give them, the amount of money we give them, etc. Like I'm saying, like any other country had Epstein not been aligned with Israel, let's say he had been aligned with Turkey, even Ukraine, some of our greatest allies, the info would have came out. Is my argument.
I don't know. I think
it's speculative, but I think the info would have came out.
He was literally in the United States with his own bodyguards, like beating up U.S. citizens, and we didn't say fuck all about it. We're like, oh, you know, he's cool, you know, just. We give a lot of deference to people we're friends with.
Scumbag, man.
Sure, yeah. Turkey, it does a lot. I mean, Trump literally, when he left Syria, and Turkey was like, oh, we can go bomb these motherfucking Kurds now.
It's like the definition of like a guy that just talks shit, but.
Yeah, but I mean, like we didn't do fuck all about it or condemn him or say anything bad about it. So I don't know. I think we get a lot of deference to our allies. It's hard to say.
But Israel, dude, come on, man. Come on, man. If it was Turkey, come on. If Epstein was Turkish intelligence, that file would have been out, man.
I don't know, man.
Nope.
What about Ukraine? Ukraine just got another round of funding. Where do you guys stand on that?
Yes. You know, it's disappointing because, you know, Trump campaigned that he would end that conflict. And now I think he's starting to realize that we're in a little too deep now. Russia has no reason to make peace at this point. They're winning. And they have all the cards, unfortunately. So they're like, oh, well, what's the point of us doing diplomacy? And, you know, Trump thought he was going to be able to come in and just kind of let them keep the land that they have. Don't join NATO for 20 years. I think this was kind of the original, correct me if I'm wrong, like plan that they came in with. It wasn't good enough for Russia. So I don't know, dude. I mean, that's a fucking nightmare. Ukraine, Russia, what's going on? I don't know what's your position on that.
I truly do believe that Trump's just incompetent in like everything he does. I think that people have let him get away with this. He's like a master negotiator.
I think he's better than the Biden administration on Russia.
Not.
You don't think so?
No, he's a catastrophe. This guy said he would do it on day 0. This guy's like truthing out like, I think Putin is lying to me. And it's like, yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock.
Fair. I see your perspective. But at least he's talking to Putin. The Biden administration, they didn't talk to him for years.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what has Trump gotten in all of his talks with Putin? Literally fuck all.
Yeah. Well, again, it's better than.
They say like I ain't about to talk to him. I got fuck all. Then I talked to him and I begged and I got nothing.
But at least we got conversation going. At least we can figure something out, dude.
We're not figuring anything out.
Biden administration didn't even talk to him, dude.
Yeah, there's nothing to talk about. Motherfuckers invading a sovereign nation for no fucking reason.
Well, if you want to make peace, you have to talk to the other side at some point.
I mean, with Putin.
Yeah. You got to talk to them at some point.
I think we should have just supported Ukraine and let them win the war. I think that would have been the better idea. But
you think what we should have
supported Ukraine so they could have won the war? I think would have been the better idea.
Again, I think that whole conflict was bad foreign policy by the U.S. again, right? Like you know, allowing NATO to expand. Like, you know, we could have made a play with the Russians in the early 2000s. Putin wanted to join.
They wanted they wanted an expedited list. They wanted to get there with some special privilege bullshit. There are definitely steps that we could have taken to be more friendly with Russia historically, like especially after the war on terror. Like we had a closer relationship for a while, but they see themselves as like a dispossessed empire, and I think they want that back. I mean, they did it in
for sure.
Georgia, I mean, they're doing it in Ukraine.
He's talked about that, but I do think that this isn't just. I can't really even blame this on one administration. This is literally like 10-20 years of bad foreign policy with Russia, where I think we could have definitely held back NATO a little bit. Could have, you know.
But I mean, like, even when you say that, like, held back NATO, like, why? If countries vote to want to join NATO, like, why would you say, no, you can't, so you have to get fucked by Russia instead?
And well, it's not that. I think allowing NATO to continue to expand, like, and provoking a world power that has nuclear weapons.
We don't attack Russia.
Well, no, of course we don't. But by allowing NATO to expand, that is a proxy way that because we're benefiting. We're allowing our weapons to be used. We're seeing what their capabilities are versus ours. Like, this is an awesome intel collection thing for us. Obviously, at the cost of Ukrainians and Russians dying, and costing us billions of dollars. But
I mean, maybe it's just nicer to be friends with the U.S. than with fucking Russia, right? Like, I think. When you look at at the Baltics, like, these guys are sitting real good right now. They're like, I'm glad as fuck we got into NATO because I don't want to be fucking Ukraine.
Well, they only joined after the Ukraine situation. Like,
no, Baltics, Estonia.
Yeah. But I'm talking about, like, I'm thinking of Finland right now. Yeah, like Finland only joined because of what happened with Ukraine. But I do think that, you know, the invasion in 2022 was just a culmination of just really bad foreign policy, and then Putin seeing Biden sucks, let's go in, he's weak, and then bam.
I mean, he would have gone in if it was Trump. Like,
you think so? I don't think so.
He hasn't done fuck all with Trump there. He was still fighting through all of Trump's first term in the Donbass. Like, yeah, I don't think this weird myth that, like, everybody respects Trump and nobody does shit. Like, I just don't think it's true. Like, anybody will do anything. Like,
I don't think he would have invaded if Trump was in. I don't.
I mean, India and Pakistan were trading blows for a little bit. Russia hasn't slowed down on anything.
He did end that.
He didn't end shit. They came to where does this myth come from that Trump is a master ender of anything?
Let me give my position. Okay, I'm not the average MAGA retard. Here's the thing: both nuclear powers, they knew they would destroy each other.
Yeah.
They need an intermediary to come in. He came in, convenient. I'm ending it. Took credit for it. Cool. That's my position. I think it would have ended anyway.
Sure.
Just that he was able to slide in and get the credit for it because, dude, they both have nukes. They would have cooked each other.
Everybody could have. They just, like you said, they need like an off ramp, right?
Yeah. They need an off ramp, and he was in a convenient position.
Trump's foreign policy, in my opinion, through all 5 years, has been a disaster. I don't know what foreign policy W's.
I think he's better than Biden, dude, and I think he would have done better than Kamala in this situation.
We were involved in less conflict with Biden. The wars that we were involved in were much more justified.
Two wars broke out, man.
Yeah, but they weren't our wars. And arguably, you can point to Trump at the very least for the Israeli one, right? Those Abraham Accords were a big fuck you to the Palestinians who've already been extricated from every other Arab supporter, right? Imagine you go from my allies are Syria, Jordan, all these other Arab states, and now it's like, fuck, my allies are the fucking Houthis.
The Abraham Accords. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I've mentioned a million times how the Abraham Accords was a part of it.
But it's crazy to be like, peace in the Middle East, and then 2 years, 3 years later, it's like, oh shit, biggest terrorist attack.
It's also the occupation. It's also everything else that comes in. Dude, hell, even the red cows that they went and bought from Texas, that was a part of the reason why they attacked.
But I'm saying everything under Trump, he was gung ho with the Saudi Arabia drone striking fucking Yemen. He was cool with just ditching the Kurds in Syria. He didn't give a fuck about any of them.
That's like every president ditches the Kurds. We use them. Hey, fight the Muslims for us, and then we just leave them to dry out.
Kurds in Iraq are a bit happier now than they were under Saddam Hussein.
Oh yeah, they're super happy.
Yeah.
Israel's getting 80% of their oil from them.
He kicked the. he kicked us out of Afghanistan in the dumbest way possible. He basically
no, that was Biden.
Well,
the one we left.
But it was on Trump's negotiated agreement. The Doha Accords agreement was him taking the Taliban, going to Qatar, Qatar, and then basically negotiating a full surrender without even the Afghanistan government being involved.
American foreign policy, I would say, over the past 20 years has been bad.
Policy has issues.
It's had problems.
I'm saying that under Biden, we're the big stuff we're involved in is Ukraine and Israel, and
those both broke out under his watch.
Broke out is a very one-dimensional way of looking at time. But I'm just saying that those are the two conflicts we're involved in. Under Trump, it was 5 of them, and most of them were bullshit. We didn't need to be doing anything in Yemen with the Houthis. With the weird shit we were doing in Syria, this guy campaigned on we're gonna take their fucking oil.
So, I'll say this:
the surrender in Afghanistan was a disaster.
So the significant conflicts broke out under Biden's administration, and I get what you're saying. Well, the Abraham Accords added to that. Well, the other thing too is that at least even though I'm critical of Trump for doing this, with the Iranians, he had them sanctioned, so they were broke, right? They didn't have the money to really be funding all the proxies like they did. So, Hamas wouldn't have had the same level of, okay, let's go ahead and attack them if they didn't have all the financial backing and a strong Iran behind them if Trump weren't. So I don't think October 7th would have happened under Trump.
I saw a lot of October 7th being videos. They were sophisticated. They weren't driving Humvees. They were fucking Toyota,
Of course. But what I'm saying is they wouldn't have had a strong Iran to back them in that attack as the way that they did, and obviously with Hezbollah and everything else, because Hezbollah was shooting rockets into Israel on October 8th, right after.
But they had the third largest missile stockpile in the world. That wasn't just because of Iran.
Yeah. But they were emboldened because they were stronger. So my point is, I think, and you're going to disagree with me on this, I think Trump's foreign policy, though I'm very critical of it. I'm not a magatard, you know this. I still think it's better than Biden.
What's
and Kamala Harris.
CW that he put in work for it, not fucking.
Now the Congo and the Rwandans and shit like that.
Yeah.
look, you're not going to look at it as a W, but I think the fact
Don't
that
say
he's
North
even
Korea.
talking to Russia. No, I'm not going to say North Korea. No. But I think the fact that he's at least talking with Russia, at least he's talking with Putin. There's some semblance of mutual respect there to a degree. I do think that can at least the bridge is there. It's just about walking it. Well, he didn't even talk. He didn't even talk to the Biden administration.
Because
I
they
think
didn't
if
want to talk to him.
Kamala were in, this would be even more cooked when it comes to Russia and Ukraine.
But you said mutual respect. Where is the evidence that Putin has any respect at all for Trump?
Yeah, so he actually left the meeting early to say, hey, I got to go talk to Trump, like literally like a couple days ago.
To go butter him up a little bit and then go bomb Ukraine like 20 times harder the next day.
Again, no. But the point I'm trying to make
even
is
Trump himself has truth out like 15 times. Like, these motherfuckers keep bombing Ukraine.
He did it in public. Again, I'm not saying it's fantastic, but what I am saying it's better than not having any talks at all, right? Like the step one to diplomacy is talking, and with the Biden administration and if Kamala Harris were in, they wouldn't even be talking.
Step one to humiliation is also talking, though, right? Like, it's a big W that Putin's like, I just talked to this fucking retard, and then I like did 10x more missile attacks the next day, and he didn't fuck all about it. Like, that looks good for Putin, right?
Well, here's the other thing. Remember, we backed Ukraine when they did their drone strike on Russia. That was embarrassing for them, where we destroyed a bunch of their fighter jets. Remember that when Ukraine did the same thing that the Mossad did with Iran. It was like
destroyed a bunch of fighter. Wait, when?
Okay, so I don't know if you heard about this story. A couple like a month ago.
I know about the drones.
When Ukraine was behind enemy lines and they were able to basically So that was embarrassing for Russia, right?
Sure.
And we obviously funded that. So like,
did we obviously fund it? I mean,
yeah, dude.
I think this was like a manpower attack. This wasn't like an ultra sophisticated technology attack. This was like a
no. It was sophisticated. They were behind enemy lines and they were able to launch the drones to go ahead and attack the planes.
I understand, but it was like
That's all our weapons, dude. All our shit.
It was drones. It wasn't like these weren't like $1 billion. It was like a years-long project of like assembling stuff behind enemy lines. Paying. I'm just saying it wasn't like this was like a $5 million missile every time. It was like a true technology.
That's our intelligence. That's our. We're the ones telling them how to set up and everything. Like, dude, it's all us. Like the Ukrainians.
I don't believe that. I bet that right now.
CIA is 100% super involved in this conflict. Feeding them all kinds of intelligence.
I don't even know how much we could coach them in terms of because the type of warfare that they're participating in has never been seen on the planet. Like, all this drone back and forth and shit. They're probably getting like new methods and intelligence and ways to do this shit that like nobody's conceived of. I'm sure we're collecting data, but I don't know how hand in hand we are with them on everything.
Well, no, we're literally our CIA guys are over there.
Obama did Destiny call him an N-word yet? No, I think Obama put the playbook on drones, right? Like he was like the master of drone attacks. Well, not master, but he did it a lot, right? Like that's what he's known for is Obama the drone attacks. I need to take a piss. Hold on, I need to take a piss. I'll be right back. Obama was a drone pappy. Bro, he was a drone baby. Hell yeah. That motherfucker was bombing everybody.
Like literally, the only difference is like it's not our guys that are operating, you know, the weapons and shit like that. But in some cases where the Ukrainians don't know how to operate it, our guys are operating it. Like we're as close as you can be to the conflict without actually being in the conflict. And I think that's another big problem why diplomacy is failing, because it's like, well, you just launched an attack where you destroyed a bunch of my nuclear-capable fighter jets. So it's like,
to be fair, they left. When they did those attacks, those are the only planes they left alone. They didn't attack the nuclear-capable ones explicitly, which was interesting.
No, they did attack a couple.
They didn't. They left those. They left just those planes alone. Because there's a lot of theorizing and speculating on why they did it. And the idea is that they're
because all the outlets I looked at, they said they destroyed the nuclear-capable ones, man.
Well, I mean, we can fact check, put it on screen.
And that's fine. It's not that big a deal. But like, you know, I'd like to, you know, to see where you saw that. But like,
I mean, but like Russia would understand us helping Ukraine because it's all in our interest. Like we all know what we're doing. We have to be like when Iran bombs a U.S. base in Qatar, right? They said that we completely and totally obliterated that, and we know they didn't. And we'll make a little statement, but we're not going to sit here and lord it over them because they need to have that win. They need to have that to maintain their legitimacy as like a regime, right?
Notified us, right? It's not real.
2 hours before, yeah. Anytime people are evacuating beforehand, right? It's like when Putin says, you know, we're gonna do shit, and like people are freaking out because nukes are moving around. It's like, well, they're doing it above ground. We can see everything. Like that's good. That's okay for us, you know.
I still think that though this is bad, don't get it twisted. I think like what we got going on with Russia, Ukraine, and the fact that they're trying to push this bill through is an L. I still think it's head and shoulders above anything Kamala Harris would have been able to do, or what the Biden administration was doing, because at least they're talking. Yes, it's not going as well as we want. Obviously, Trump is visibly frustrated, but step one with diplomacy is talking. The Biden administration wasn't even talking.
In 3 years, nothing gets resolved.
Then I owe you a beer.
Okay.
Then I owe you a beer.
You said you're not a fan of the big, beautiful bill?
It's a hard world to be in. Now you know how we felt defending Biden, okay? Yeah, it's awkward being right? Dude, I gotta do Trump defense, and I'm like, what do we got in the... What's Politico reporting today? And then the Trump guy's like, oh boy.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So, okay. Look, with every
That's pretty
bill,
good.
because it's so goddamn big, like you can't agree or like everything with it. Obviously I'm pro immigration, right? No, not pro immigration enforcement, excuse me. So I do think that, you know, the deportations is a good thing. You might disagree with me on that. I don't know if you want to, what your position is on that.
My big issue when it comes to stuff is that, like, regardless of what you feel, Trump is politically fucking retarded. Like, he picks way too many fights. He can't focus on anything. He doesn't know how to get, like, PR wins. The big issue that I have is that when the left, like, fights against him, like, ICE is important. Like, the border is important. Having, like, an actual immigration policy where we know who's in the country. Like, these are important things. And because Trump is
that's
so...
so progressive. Like, he believes in immigration. Like,
because Trump is so fucking unhinged, like, I see where people are coming from when they're like, abolish ICE and shit. Like, it's pretty crazy that there are kids drowning in Texas, and then there are, like, horses, like, walking through MacArthur Park in fucking LA as a show of... And it's like, what the fuck? This is the gayest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. What are we doing right now? These guys are kitted out in, like, body armor. There's, like they're Ukrainians in ditches to see how our, like, feds are equipped, like, doing nothing in California. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So, like, I think that there is a good conversation we had about immigration, and I think it pushed up even...
Do you want to go into immigration?
We could, but I think that whole conversation is even further away now after the unhinged shit that Trump has done everywhere. Like, I think it's, like, fucked for a while now.
Okay, so my position is I think he's actually fairly good on immigration. I don't like what he's doing with the anti-Semitism bills, like deporting fucking college students. I think that's retarded. But, you know, the stronger border, obviously we know that, you know, illegal entries are down like something wild, like 90% or whatever. But I do think in the whole, though I'm critical of the deporting of college students, because I think those resources could be better allocated to actually going after illegal aliens. I think in general, enforcing immigration is a good thing, something that we haven't done for a very long time. And, you know, outside of, like, you know, people say, oh, well, Obama, you know, did a bunch of deportations. Yeah, like catching people at the border and releasing them are two different things. It's not the same as, like, interior action enforcement.
Yeah.
And when it comes to, like, interior enforcement, you know, that is where Trump, like, shines compared to other places.
I guess, yeah.
Other politicians.
Hopefully they don't listen to this podcast at all, but, like, I think that Trump could have gotten the easiest W's in the world by going to sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, and just sending the feds into, like, prisons, state prisons, and being like, we're going to do paperwork check on everybody, and we're going to, you know, dump these guys out. They could have gotten a lot of deportations. It would have been probably cheap, but compared to what they're doing now.
Well, the problem with the sanctuary cities is they don't even, like, and I can tell you this from, like, my professional experience, bro, they don't even honor the detainers. Like, I remember when I was on a job, someone would be illegal. Hey, I want you to hold this person for us. They let him go.
For sure. But that's why I'm saying going to prisons where there are people already arrested and shit, and then start doing, like, background checks there. I'm just saying it would have been cheaper than what they're doing now. It would have been really hard.
They reserve the right to tell the feds you're not coming in here. Like that's how bad it was
Supremacy,
getting.
I don't know.
That's how bad it was getting.
There for like deportation related stuff. Even if they did say that, in my mind, it would still be a W, because Trump could very easily say, we're just trying to go into a prison. We just want to deport the felons, the violent criminals, and they're harboring them, because now we can't say we just want people to be able to work and be happy and take care of their families. And
kind of like,
but when you're running around like raiding like fucking Home Depots and deporting, you know, like people to fucking El Salvador, like the fuck, like he's like picking the most evil shit to make everybody fucking hate him for no reason. And it's like,
well, that's the thing with immigration, right? You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, yeah, you're gonna go after people that are just like hardworking in here, but they're here illegally, man. And this has been a long time that we've been kind of being like compassionate, like, oh my God, we don't want to be offensive, but it's like they got to get removed. And like when it comes to the thing with the state, so there's this myth, right? Like, oh, the feds can trump the state or whatever. State law enforcement actually has far more authority than people think, and they can literally tell you, go pound sand, you're not walking in this fucking jail. And you can't go in there and be like, well, you need to let me in. Like, no, the feds don't have as much authority as people think. Like,
they might not, but the thing is that like in matters of border enforcement, this is where the executive is at its peak when it comes to power and enforcement and everything.
Yes, on the border they have way more power. But here's the thing, I'm talking about interior enforcement.
No, I understand, but I'm saying you could probably make like immigration-related arguments when it comes to like state prisons and stuff. I'm sure that they could make.
Man, these kernels are fucking me up. I'm eating popcorn, and like the end bag, so it gets all crumbled and stuff. Like they're not really full popcorn. They're fucking up my teeth right now.
Or they could set up the same way they do for state courthouses, where they just wait outside the courthouse, and when a motherfucker comes out,
yeah, and that's like, a big reason why they have to do that, because.
But they could do it in fucking prisons and state prisons. Like it's an easy optical win. You look bad defending it, right? Like it looks bad to throw people out of Home Depot, no matter what. Even conservatives are like, you don't want to like. Right? If they just do it out of prisons, it'd be so much more popular.
Yeah.
And like at the end of this term, Trump is not deporting a significant number of people. It's not going to happen.
And here's the
right?
thing. Wait, here's the thing. Like I see what you're saying. Like, hey, just sit out the side of jail and stuff. But the problem is that they get released at irregular times. You don't know when they're going to be released. They'll release them without telling you.
Stop. $168 billion. Put a cop in the back and in the front. You got the time to have these guys work doubles. You can do it. He allocates so much money. If he wanted to do it, he could do it. Okay.
No. Well, here's the thing. Again, with
this guy deployed the national. There's like only 600 fucking Marines to California. He can send some feds to sit outside an LA jail for 2 months.
Again, with ICRO, because they're the main people that have Title 8 or whatever, there's a certain amount of manpower, etc. Yes, you can designate people to have Title 8 authority and put them out there and everything. But we're talking about every single jail. That'd be an enormous amount.
Pick 2.
Okay, Destiny.
Hold on. Keep in mind, you're telling me that they can't do this at the same time where I watched like the fucking like a Baghdad's invasion fleet like drive down LA to go surround MacArthur Park for a 3-hour horse gallivanting. Did you watch the videos of this?
No, I did see some of it. Yeah.
And they caught 0 fucking people. However much money they spent on that, they could have monitored 1 prison for 1 month. I'm sure they could have.
No, of course. What I'm saying is that that's like, do you really want to put 6 guys at the jail, 24 hours waiting for this guy to walk out the jail? Like, is that a better use of resources?
Isn't it a better use of resources than the MacArthur Park deployment?
Well, again, it depends. It always depends on who the alien is. Like, what's their background like? Are they a criminal alien? Every case is obviously dependent on the person's criminal history, who they are, how many times they've been apprehended, whatever. But I do think in general, what we got going on with immigration is better than before. I know some of it is sensationalized to you, but I do think like
the El Salvador shit is unhinged. Why?
With who?
Why are we deporting anybody to El Salvador? Why would we make a deal to send them to their special prisons and paying them for it? It's like, we don't have to. It's just like unhinged.
Well, yeah, I see your position. But the thing is that like a lot of countries, some countries like won't take them back, right? Like I'll give you.
I thought we had a master deal maker.
No, these have been put, like some of these countries, like Cape Verde, I'll give you a perfect example. Like Cape Verde, for example, won't take their aliens back. Like in Boston, they get caught all the time for being in gangs and committing violence. And since Cape Verde won't take them back, ICE can't do anything with them. They go back out into the streets.
I don't believe that they won't take it back. I think if the United States
a lot of countries don't take them
we're
back.
flying, no, 0 chance. The U.S. says we're flying. I'm telling you that from the U.S. person, if the United States were to say, hey, we're bringing these people back to your country and you're going to fucking take them, there's 0 world where the country's like, oh, actually, fuck you, U.S. You guys can keep them. We're not taking shit from you. No shot. Just like with Diego Garcia, when they're like, oh, no, we can't get him back. He's in El Salvador. There's nothing we can do. And all of a sudden,
well, we knew he could have got him back. But I'm saying again, there's some countries where they won't take him back. But I'm telling you, Cape Verde's one of them. There's more. I just can't.
Go drop them off at the UN. Give them to the Hague if you want. Fuck it. Like, there's no shot. You're telling me that the United States couldn't deport somebody to a country because they have more power
I'm
in
telling
that
you.
case, then we should say fuck it to
There's-
all of
there's-
deportation. We
there's
should not
like-
do anything. If
There's
the US is
there's
just fucking
sensitive
kiss
there's
it straight.
sensitive diplomacy things. Like there's countries where
You think Trump is the sensitive diplomacy guy?
no. I'm not saying. I'm saying in general. These things have been in place forever. There's some countries that simply won't take their people back, which is why you have to remove them sometimes to other countries where they might have an agreement where they can get them back to that country. Does that make sense? I'm going in the weeds here because this immigration.
That's fine. I'm saying grammatically what you're saying makes sense. I'm just saying that like realistically, that's not how it would work, right? Like if I had the passwords to some horribly incriminating piece.
Hey, Mike, what I do also got to figure out, sorry, like off this subject and back to a game subject, I did been wanting to play Diablo Immortal, which is on my computer laptop, the PC laptop, but not on my MacBook. I need to figure out a way to like get the image from my PC so I can run it on OBS on my MacBook, because it's not powerful enough. Anyways, that's another thing I just thought about it right now for some reason.
Information on you, and then I had the best password protection shit on my computer in the world, and then we have a debate on whether or not you can get that information on my computer. What would you say?
I'm a bit confused by your.
If I had incriminating information on you
of
my
course.
computer,
Yep.
and I had it locked down so nobody could get in but me, would you agree that you could never get into my computer?
Probably not. No.
No, you would. You would just beat the shit out of me until I gave you the password.
Okay.
So
you wanted me to use violence.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
we're the United States.
Yeah.
We use violence everywhere. So I'm just saying that, like, if you want to say, like, well, diplomatically there are issues and people don't want to take blah, 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 and it's like, in a sense, that's kind of true. But at the end of the day, if the United States were to say, you're taking these motherfuckers back, they will take them back.
But again, the aliens got to be worth it. It's got to be a big deal. Like, it's got to be. Here's the thing: they don't want to go ahead and exercise, our weight and our like, hey, you need to take them back unless it's really worth it. So in general,
is the El Salvador ship been worth it?
Well, I'm not talking about El Salvador. I'm talking about in general. Like, there are countries out there that simply won't take their people back. So what ends up happening is, and I'm telling you this from an immigration standpoint, like, they're not going to go and fight and be like, take this guy back, blah, blah. It's a pain in the ass. So instead, they'll remove him to another country. That country might have an agreement with that with that other country that won't take him back from us, and then they'll give him back that way. So that's the way that they get around it.
I think by the end of the 4 years, he's not going to have deported a significant amount of people.
Well, a lot of people aren't coming in, too. So that plays into it.
Yeah, a little bit, sure. But I mean, if we have anywhere from 13 to 20 million, depending who you ask people here.
A big amount of the deportations people talk about, a lot of it is just, what's called ERs. Expedited removals, ERs. So, but I do think in general, I think what he's doing with immigration is good in general. Like, there's
even though by the end of his 4 years, we're not going to deport a significant amount of people, they're still all basically going to be here.
Well, deterrence is important, and people not coming in is super important as well, and closing down the border is important.
Sure. I mean, to be fair, nobody's coming here right now. Like, tourism is down like fucking 80% as well. But I mean, like, that's
who cares? Who cares? Strong borders. But yeah, I think in general, like, the deterrence and the people not coming in, that's a big W. Because the other thing too is that, like, when it comes to illegal aliens and that funds a lot of illegal activity. So like these human smuggling organizations, they're taking a big pay cut as well. So it helps with many other ways where it's positive reverberations.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Curbing that is good. I think there are way better ways to do it. But
okay. What about amnesty for these illegals?
Okay.
I would say my position is that nobody wants to have the conversation, but amnesty is the only realistic way to solve the illegal immigration problem. I feel like you can do it. I feel like you can like a carrot and stick approach, where if you've been here for at least like 5 years, if you can prove you don't have like a criminal record, and I mean like a real criminal record, not like a fucking speeding ticket, but like no like felonies, no bad misdemeanors for violence or whatever, then I think you give a path to amnesty for maybe you cap them at a green card or whatever, and maybe you make them pay a fucking fine if conservatives want to jerk off for the next 5 years of their income. But like the reality is they're already hired by businesses, they're renting, they already they exist in these communities, like they're sucking them out would just collapse like so many different parts of economies, that if you have a path to amnesty, you could do that, and then simultaneously you hardcore ramp up your conditions or your penalties for violating. So make it so like if you get caught here illegally, it's not 5 years, it's like 25 years, or it's a lifetime ban from the U.S. Or if you're caught helping somebody, you have more ways to prosecute these people. Make it so like there's a path to amnesty, and then if you don't follow it, the penalties are like 10x what they were before. And then just once we have that shit settled, then you move forward with whatever hopefully a new immigration policy is. But just going at it with a stick approach, like, again, by the end of the time, we're not deporting 1 million people that are in here right now in the interior, except for maybe some of the people that came in for the not amnesty, the asylum seeking shit. Maybe those guys will leave.
Yeah.
But the problem is like never getting fixed, and then it just becomes like a virtue signal thing on both sides forever, and we don't get any closer to solving it, I think.
Yeah, so my thing is, I like your idea. I would put a little bit stricter, hey, you need to be extremely productive for you to stay here. You need to have show like, significant ties to the community. Are you contributing? What are you doing specifically, etc. And if that individual is, obviously contributing to the country from a significant standpoint, and they've been here for a significant amount of time, then we can, figure something out. But I do think that, just giving everybody a pass just to stick around when they're not contributing is a problem. And I do think that, we should be more on the deportation side if they're not contributing. And I do think when it comes to visas, because we're not just getting beat when it comes to, immigration just on people coming in illegally. I think our visa system is super flawed. People abuse the student visa system. People abuse the marriage system where they, commit marriage fraud. So we have to redo our entire...
Shit, marriage fraud. I was about to marry this Russian girl just for the money, bro. That was like 20 bills. I was about to do it. I needed that money. All right. Hey, I said you can marry me for 20 bills, and you get your green card or whatever the fuck you need, and I get what I want: money and a girl. All right, money and bitch. All right, easy. But yeah, I know it's illegal.
But our immigration
shit, we need an immigration moratorium for at least 1 to 5 years, bare minimum.
That would be scary for a variety of reasons, but the immigration is also absurdly fucking complicated. When I got married to Melina, we did the K1 visa.
Sorry to hear that, man.
What? Listen, hey, it was a fun 5 years. Listen, relationships come and go, it's fine. But when we were doing our immigration stuff, I think the way that it works for the K1 visa is when we got engaged, she could come here and then had 90 days for us to get married. And then once we got married, technically you file...
Who do I think is more right? So far, I think Destiny's right. Especially on the first part that we've been on so far. As far as immigration, there's no real points. They're just stating their facts, right? There's no real push and pull. The way that Destiny broke down the amnesty thing, that was pretty good. If you have a significant part of this community, significant weight as a foreigner or illegal immigrant, like say you got a family out here, you got all this, like you're kind of tied into the community and the system. Like, why not help them out, get the citizenship that they need? Because they know no other way, right? Like, they're so tied into American culture, like that's what they are, essentially. Just because they didn't, like they were born at a young age, or they were here at a young age. They grew up here. They don't really know shit as far as like Mexico or any other place. Like, it'd be kind of fucked up to just uproot them, Like we were watching that other video with Channel 5, that Cardboard Landia. Like all the people that are like 15 minutes down south, south of San Diego. It's like a whole like village of deported people. Like they're so used to American culture that's kind of fucked up. Yeah. Anyways, I like his idea.
I remember the form of 184. I'm making numbers up.
184, something like that.
It's something that you file for adjustment of status change.
Yeah,
basically.
485 or something like that.
But while you're waiting for that, between the K1 visa expiration and then while we were married, waiting for that change of status, technically she's here illegally. So like she couldn't leave the country because if she tried to come back, they wouldn't let her. And if she did get caught anywhere, technically she could get expelled because she's not technically supposed to be here. And I feel like there's a lot of weird immigration shit like that where you're in this weird kind of in-between world.
Where you're in limbos, for sure.
There was that one story with the Iranian wife. There was some guy who was married to some Iranian chick who was there for, I guess her LPR or her green card got revoked like 15 years ago. And they were working with like the State Department and like a lawyer to kind of get it back. And then randomly she just gets like deported. She has like a family. She's like a normal woman who's like not doing any weird shit at all.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's so much like fucking shit. And that's another thing that's frustrating is if you don't want to talk about immigration reform, which would include our visas and everything else, it's like, well, what the the fuck are we
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
doing?
and
You know?
that's why I'm saying, like, you know, because I realize that, like, you know, obviously we got to do deportation, whatever, but I'm also on the other side, like, we need to fix the entire system because the system is cooked, which is why we have all these problems, and we're not just getting beat because everyone looks at it like the border. That's just one component. We're getting beat on visas, with green cards, with how people adjust. You know, all different types of stuff, right? The marriage one, the K1 visa route that you gave, dude. There's an entire illegal organization that literally they're like, oh yeah, I'll get you a K1 visa and get you married for $20,000. Like, people are exploiting this stuff, so we need to reform the entire immigration thing.
That's the one I was talking about. Shit.
We need 1 to 5 year moratorium at least to fix it. But yeah.
The reason why I don't like the moratorium stuff is we're already attacking so much our harvesting of international talent with the whole visa shit for students and the attacks on our institutions, which
I think the HPV is a problem. I think we need to focus more on getting O1s over here, people that like have actual real exceptional skills, not, you know, Jeets that are going to come in and code.
I mean, coding is the future. As much as people don't like it, like,
well, their coding sucks. We need Americans.
If that was true, then we'd hire Americans. No offense, but American coders kind of suck. I think a lot of people got tricked.
They're expensive. It's because they're expensive.
Well, sure, but I mean, like, what does that say?
Well, they want to cut corners and they want to pay them less, and then also they can put them on a slave contract. Hey, you got to work here for 4 years.
That's one thing, yeah, with the immigration stuff too. It's like you get the wages lowered because the people that are illegal will take those lower funds, and yeah, it's just like a cycle that keeps happening. So if you take out the cheaper wages, the Americans can actually get the jobs and get paid for coding or whatever, essentially at that point, and get a proper wage and be able to live off that and thrive. Yeah. Fuck it. Hey, code for $20 an hour? Fuck it, let's go. I'm just kidding. That's terrible.
And the H-1B visa is a scam, and Vivek is a retard. But yeah,
I'm just saying that, like, if you go around the world, for all the people, you know, Muslims that hate America, people in China that hate America, everybody hates America, whoever hates America, nobody's looking at America and being like, oh yeah, like Harvard and Yale and Columbia, what horrible aspects of the United States. Like, these are like our shining star, like, schools that are like super under attack by this administration. And then a lot of the, like, we agree on this. I can always agree with you when Israel's involved, if I'm on the other side of it. Like, this deporting people over fucking, like, pro-Palestine protests and shit, like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Why?
that's
Like,
retarded.
it's so fucking stupid.
And my position on that isn't even really from like a Hamas reason. My thing is because it's antithetical to the First Amendment. That's why I'm so against it. Like, these people are here legally. We could be using those resources to go after people that are here illegally.
Sure.
And you're going after them for using literally
Free
the First
speech
Amendment.
to go
That's
after,
my problem.
to protest Israel is fucking
Like,
stupid.
you know, and
Crazy.
here's the thing. Like, these people that come in and say the stupid shit about global antifada, I don't agree with it. But like, my thing is like, they should have the right to say it because it's the United States of America.
Right.
Also, we forget this because it's the social media era and everything else, and every person has the same power online. But like, I reiterate this a lot. Like, people from 18 to 22 are fucking retarded. No offense, but they are. So like,
Yeah,
kids are
I
gonna
agree
say
with that.
retarded shit.
I agree
And now
with
they
that.
can put a camera in front of them. It could be online forever. Like, if my shit from when I was 14 or 15 was.
That's what I was arguing with my boy David Apodaca. I was just like, yo, like, you guys are moderating my freedom of speech. Like, you guys are like fact checking, you know? That's fucked up. Like, I can't even talk about anything that you don't want, like, it's like a shadow ban. He said it was a good thing because there's misinformation. I'm like, yeah, but the misinformation is part of the freedom of speech, right? It doesn't matter if it's bad information. It's still an idea that's getting shut down, no matter what. Say if it was a good idea, but they're telling you it's a bad idea with the misinformation. You know what I'm saying? Like, who checks the fact checkers? That was my whole thing.
Forever, like, I would be.
I was literally talking about that with a guy that like social media is like, yeah, it's cooked a lot of young
It's
people.
crazy because, like, if you think of like Destiny, Steve Bannell, you think of, like, you know, like Dean Withers or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have like voices online. Dean is like, this is a 20-year-old guy, you know, and I'm 36, and like somebody can be 55, and at the end of the day, it's just how many followers you get, how much attention you get. So yeah, cracking down on like a 20-year-old for saying some retarded shit at a protest is like, what? It's just self-defeating, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid, and again, it's antithetical to the First Amendment. And us doing it, like, it's crazy to me how like they could come in and say, I hate Trump, nobody cares. I hate Netanyahu, jail, deported, you know. So that's my thing.
Yeah, I think all of us here are against cancel culture.
Yeah.
All
Well,
three of us have been canceled.
are you pro-cens? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, it's going to be a lot more nuanced than that, but I don't know how you can say you're MAGA and anti-cancel culture, considering Trump is literally writing executive
I
orders
wouldn't
going
say I'm
after
MAGA.
lawyers and shit.
You're not MAGA either, right?
You know, look, I like Trump. There, you know, I voted for him. there's some things that I don't like that he does. I'm able to be impartial and be critical of dumb shit that he does. Like, that's one thing between me and like other people that like, I love Trump. They'll never criticize him. That's stupid. There's things that he does that I like, and these things that he does that I don't like, and I will call him out.
Yeah.
So that's my thing.
Let's talk about this New York City mayor.
I haven't met anybody that's like diehard Trump like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm in California, so like, even if you like Trump or voted for Trump, you still talk your shit about him. You know? But like, I haven't met anybody that's like, he could do nothing wrong. Like, that'd be the stupidest thing. But I haven't met anybody like that or seen it online, even like on Twitter or Instagram. I haven't seen anybody like not be upset about the Epstein list, you know? Like, that's a huge one right now. Even MAGA like is making fun of that shit. They're making memes about Trump saying dumb shit. And that's his own followers. I know, and I don't know. Maybe that's just my algorithm.
Destiny, you support this guy or what?
I'll support probably whatever Democrat gets to the primary. I mean, the guy is significantly to the left of me, but the way that I see it is...
You're not a socialist, Destiny?
No, not even close. But the way that I see it is that left people tend to not be like authoritarian dictators like Trump is. So my guess is there's going to be some stuff that he wants to do that he just can't.
Well, Destiny, let me ask you this.
Yeah?
Because you're on the left. What do you think about your party going further and further towards socialism and further and further left?
I think that online, I think in a lot of the media spaces, it looks like that.
AOC, Bernie, etc.
Bernie
is going to run.
Yeah, but Bernie and AOC are like hated now by these like far lefties online. AOC has moderated her position a lot since she first came into office for sure. Bernie has been Bernie for fucking 50
She's probably
years.
going to run 28.
Maybe, but like, where are the rest of these guys? Like Rashid Tlaib and the other two Justice Dems. I don't even remember their names. Like nobody knows these people anymore. Like no more got elected to Congress. Like that movement kind of died. I mean, in New York they ran Cuomo. I mean, why? I mean, and then you had Bendami probably ran a good campaign. I mean,
he's going to win.
Probably.
I think he's going to win.
Yeah. Wow. But I mean, like I said,
he's saying everything that I did a whole tweet on this, like why he's winning. Like again, I don't agree with his political views, but he's literally saying everything that people in New York want to hear, right? Fuck Israel. This shit's too expensive. Let's go ahead and make the grocery stores owned by the city so you can afford it. Like he's saying all the things that New Yorkers want to hear.
I think half the shit will be impossible to do.
Oh, he's not going to be able to do it. No.
I think if he does try stuff, I mean, either some of it will work and then I'll change the way that I view some of it, or some of it will fail and I just have more stuff that I can point to and go,
and the fact that he's in New York City, like, yeah, it's going to be so hard for him to do anything. And the fact that he's like going at the Israel lobby in New York City, which is like the most populated Jewish population in the United States, they're going to fight back. I mean, like Bill Ackman right now is getting like a big treasure chest of money to fight him off. Yeah. So we'll see what happens, but I do think he's going to win. But I think it's going to be nearly impossible for him to get anything done. So
Newsom and Cali going against Trump. Where are you guys siding on that one?
Obviously Newsom, my boy.
I think California's cooked, man. I just, and it's showing like we've seen a huge explosion in population in Texas, and then a huge explosion of population in Florida, right? Like we've seen.
If I had a chance to move to Florida or Texas, dude, I would totally go. I know you just moved back, Connie, but like, yeah, I'd probably go if I had the chance. We might have a chance, so we'll see. I feel like it's just too expensive now because everybody went before us, so now it's just the rent is crazy now. I can't even try.
The two hottest real estate markets, right? I know this as an investor, Austin and like Miami, pretty much over the past couple of years. It's cooling off now, but I think the people leaving says everything you need to know. Vegas also exploded in. I mean, you know that. Yeah. Vegas has exploded in population.
Yeah, but I was gonna say like it's not like these places are exploding because they're amazing places to live or they're popular. It's because California's gotten so expensive because somebody couldn't live there already. So like I know in Miami people are complaining about increased cost of housing. In Austin they definitely complain about it. So like they're on their way to the same problems more or less in terms of stuff being unaffordable or.
Yeah, but the point is that I think the point is that blue cities tend to get expensive and then drive people out when they go to red states.
My thing is like if California was in so much trouble, especially because of things like illegal immigration and everything, why is Trump so keen on?
Hey Connie, who do you think is winning? Or who do you think is more right? My bad I didn't ask you that, but I do want to know.
People from California. Why not focus your efforts on places like Texas where you like, where you've got good relations with the governors and leaders, and then let California fail? Like show
because Texas, I could tell you this again, professional background, but like in Texas, they're far more the local law enforcement. The only city in Texas really that's like lame on this is like Austin, but every other city in Texas, the local sheriffs and everything, they will help with immigration enforcement.
Sure, but I'm saying why not
California doesn't
fall to illegal immigration and then come in and clean up basically.
Well, you don't want it to get to that point because then it becomes really tough to actually enforce immigration the way you want. If it becomes too much of a problem, you mean? Or
I mean, if you think it's like so deleterious to the state, like why not let them suffer with that?
Get
like
cooked?
Trump likes to play games with FEMA funds all the time. Why not play games with illegal immigrants going to their?
And I mean, it's one thing to like kind of teach them a lesson, but it's another thing to like just let like illegals come in and just like ravage the place.
I mean, I guess they still have their border enforcement. They could be on the. I mean, they can do that. So, but
It's tough because like the state isn't helpful, so it's hard for them to do what they want to do. Versus like in Texas, the reason why we don't have these problems is like the sheriffs and the locals are way more happy about that, right? Hell, there's like Texas statute for like smuggling aliens.
Yeah.
They never get it prosecuted, but there's a statute on the books for it. Even though they don't have Title 8.
What about the Title 6 stuff going on in Cali? Have you guys been following that?
Title 6?
With the transgender stuff?
I have not been following that.
No. I don't give a fuck about transgender stuff.
Okay, yeah. That's been over.
Conservatives have been obsessed with that for like 6 years. Oh, fine. I'm over
Yeah.
it.
I've even been critical of it. Like it's a 1% issue. It's like, yeah, we can make fun of them for being weirdos and shit, but like there's other stuff to worry about.
Yeah.
What else do we disagree about that we hate each other on, Destiny?
Shit. You guys agreed a lot, to be honest.
Oh, I mean, we disagree on like foreign policy and shit in Israel. What else?
You're
feminism. We've done that so many times.
You've done the feminism, dating stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
You're against foreign aid just in general, right? I think you came on a few months ago.
Against what?
Foreign aid, like entirely.
Yeah. I just like foreign aid, especially when it comes to like military funding. I think is like no, like I don't like foreign aid. I don't like especially when it comes to military.
Okay, well, here's a question. I'm curious.
I have to give you my foreign policy position. I have like a non-interventionist like, mindset when it comes to that.
Fuck that.
Sorry,
I said fuck foreign policy. What as of right now, if you had to grade this admin for like F is a fail, A is a good job, where would you grade them so far?
For foreign policy?
On everything. Like just how happy are you, I guess, with how the Trump admin has gone so far?
That's a good question.
I'm assuming that as of right now, if you could re-vote, you would still vote for Trump over Kamala.
Yeah,
I would.
Okay.
I would still vote for.
I would do the same thing, just because I don't know what Kamala would do.
For Kamala, I'd give him a C right now.
Okay.
Like a C minus, depending on the day.
Okay. And then what are you looking for by the?
Now, if it was Obama, yeah, it might be a different story. If motherfucker was foreign affairs expertise, motherfucker. That motherfucker knew every Joe. Where to put him? Motherfucker was a class act on the foreign. Oh man.
4 years to be.
You know what? One thing I was wondering is like if you put Obama versus Trump for a third term. I know it's not gonna happen, but it's like, yeah, that would be a crazy election.
Either I'm glad they finally got this done. This is like they are up to a B or an A, or versus like if they did this, they're like, this was too much. Like fuck them. They didn't get this done or that done.
I'm really hoping that we can like de-escalate or end the conflict in Russia. Oh, sorry, in Ukraine, and like kind of make some type of diplomacy with Russia. The Middle East is cooked, man. Like it's like we've just like completely enabled and emboldened Israel to conduct a bunch of bullshit. They're gonna attack Iran again. That ceasefire is bullshit. So, yeah. The immigration is okay. I think us spending money on going after anti-Semitism is retarded. But yeah, but I like the murder rates are down, which is good. The FBI is actually getting out there and like doing real shit versus sitting around and doing, let's just chase terrorists all day. JTTF never does anything, so it's good that they're actually out there doing shit, helping out with the raids. So, I think these are all good things. Crime is down in general, but yeah.
Same question to you. Where do you rank this administration?
F minus. Obviously.
I knew you'd say that.
Yeah, of course. It's interesting though because like whoever is like the administration, like the side that's in power, like now the Dems are like going to come at us, right? Like the progressives, like they've been cooking Trump on this Epstein file thing for the days now, right? So I knew it was coming.
Everybody's cooking him on it, right?
Yeah, and then when we bombed Iran, they came at us again. Like,
I mean, this was the guy who said no new wars, no new wars.
I know.
Over again, right?
I knew you were gonna fuck it.
Sure. I mean, I think the Eric Adams stuff in New York that's just unbelievable.
He was cooked as soon as he took.
Let's be realistic though. Like no wars, bro. We are a nation built on war. All right. We're a nation built on rebellion. Like there's always gonna be a conflict with USA somehow. Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter what. That's how we make our money. All right. And Lindsey Graham needs his fucking money. All right.
The Turks?
Well, I'm saying the fact that the Trump admin basically blackmailed him, and they're like open about it too. We're like, we're gonna delay all the prosecution until after the election.
They pardoned him, dude. They pardoned him.
But it was the pardon with prejudice only came because that's the only thing the judge would approve. Because he's like, we're not going to do this, without prejudice. You can pursue it again.
Basically,
win the election.
allow the ICE raids to happen. Don't give us a hard time in New York City.
That's insane. All of the.
I agree with that. I think that was stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the U.S. attorney resigned for that shit.
A lot of them resigned.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
She was like, I don't want to be involved in this.
Yeah. The writing executive orders targeting people. I think you want to talk about lawfare. I think that the legal stuff has been insane. Trying to sue like Seltzer because he's not happy with the Iowa polls. All of the weird lawsuits. Like I used to argue against conservatives all the time where I'm like, it's not your First Amendment right to be on social media. Now Trump is like getting all these settlements from his friends who are like, oh, because he's suing like Twitter for banning him because he's saying that violated my First Amendment right.
It's because they were colluding with the government to ban him.
That's not what they were alleging in the civil cases. They were just saying that like his First Amendment right was violated and that's why they banned him. And so they were like, and he got payouts, he got settlements from like 6 different big companies over dumb shit like this. Was it ABC or NBC where the guy was like, he raped?
I know he signed the executive order basically like the government can't collude with social media companies to censor U.S. citizens.
Sure, I guess. Although that never happened, but.
Yeah, I mean he signed it. That doesn't mean it gets passed, but.
No, I know. No, I'm saying that the collusion with the social media companies, with the FBI and all that shit, never really happened. Like none of the Twitter files showed that.
Oh no, I wasn't referring to that.
Sure,
I was referring to him signing the executive order in general.
Sure. Trying to get rid of birthright citizenship through executive order is crazy, I think.
Yeah, I don't even know because I was keeping up with that, but I didn't I don't know where it's at right now.
That's gonna be litigated.
I know a judge like tried to block it. The last I read.
Yeah, that block went away. So now basically it would be no more birth by soil until the courts figure it out, which could be 5 or 10 years. So who knows? All the things with the tariffs and the trade deals that aren't materializing, I think it's been a fucking disaster. Blowing up our relationship with.
I think the tariffs idea is good if implemented properly, but the problem is that they just winged it, dude. Like that's the issue.
And especially it's too many contrary positions. Like if you want to fight with China because you think that's the #1 enemy, fine. But then that has to coincide with the strengthening of our relationship with Canada and Mexico. We can't be fighting with everybody at the same time.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is and I know this. I forget where I read this, but like when he first announced the tariffs. A bunch of companies said, "Hey, we want to have a meeting with Trump at the White House." They showed up.
If they want to get reprieve.
Hey, we will go ahead if you're serious about this shit. We'll bring trade back here and we'll start bringing factories, but we need you to commit to this for the whole time you're here.
10 years at least.
Yeah. And they couldn't give him a commitment, so it was like, oh my god. So what is going on with these tariffs? Is this more of a negotiation tool versus actually trying to bring trade back? Because if you're going to do the tariffs, you got to do it right. And the thing is that they just winged it, dude. I think if you do it properly, it absolutely can work.
Maybe. But the
other thing too, also that's a big red pill that people don't know is you can't be a huge consumer, but then also become a huge producer. Because if you're a huge consumer, if you produce it, and you have the reserve currency, it's too expensive to produce it. Does that make sense? You have to ship it off to other places so that you can continue to consume at the rate that you consume.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's complicated because there are benefits to that.
The Triffin dilemma is what it's called, basically. You have reserve currency, you're always going to have trade deficit.
But there's a benefit to that as well, in that we can fund a lot of our government without having to do exorbitant interest rates, because there's always going to be people who want to buy treasury bonds and shit because everybody's holding USD. So
yes.
Yes.
That's why Japan started selling their shit, and we were like, they had to back off on the tariffs. Yeah.
I can joke, and Myron can joke on Twitter because we're just random retards on Twitter. The president joking about invading Greenland and invading Panama and Canada's 51st state, that's really spooky shit to hear from a guy who is otherwise also very fucking unhinged. So I mean I don't know. There's a lot of not great shit, I would say.
Yeah, no, it could again, I don't know where the fuck that shit came from, but I think that a little bit of Elon in his ear. Or whatever.
And being really obsessed with the South Africa shit for 1 week because Elon was probably talking to him about the white genocide stuff. And
yeah. Well, he needed to pivot after the H-1B visa debacle.
Sure.
He needed to pivot after that. What's your thoughts on Elon?
I think he's one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if the ketamine drilled a hole in his prefrontal cortex and he's 85 IQ and dropping every day. But
I hate to say that I agree with you on that.
Yeah. It's interesting. If you look at older videos of his.
Connie, I know you hate Elon too. You always talk shit about Elon. It's just funny as fuck.
Piss me off, bro. Big time. Fucking. Brother, go ahead. I'll give my grievances after.
No, if you look at older videos of his, it seems like he's he doesn't talk as eloquently, but I don't know how to explain this to people. There's a way when somebody's speaking, even if they're a little autistic, they're searching for words.
Elon Musty.
Understand the concepts and what they're talking about. And now Elon is just it sounds like a meme, but it says something. If I were to lie to you, okay, about my gym numbers, okay, if I were to
About what gym
my gym numbers, if I were to tell you, like, listen,
You go to the gym though?
Sometimes. If I were to tell you, like, 3 months ago, okay, you know, I could put up, like, for one rep 225, okay.
Yeah.
It's.
I'd be like, no way.
Maybe, but like it's
Picture it didn't happen.
Sure, but if I were to tell you I was doing 405,
Yeah.
not like it doesn't just say that I'm lying. It says I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
When Elon Musk paid somebody to boost his Path of Exile account, whatever.
Oh yeah.
But when he
That's what him and Osmond were fighting about, right?
Oh, Asmongold, yeah.
It was him and
but
Osmond
when he
fighting.
streamed it, and then he started talking through his gear, and it's like, not only are you fucking, like, sure, you paid somebody to boost it, whatever, but you think that you can lie about that in front of a bunch of fucking nerd gamers who are grinding 18 hours a day on this? Like, it says something about your mind to be that
see what you're
fucking
saying.
arrogant and
Yeah.
stupid. And well, like this America First Party, I don't think Elon realizes. Elon, all of his political clout was on loan from Trump.
Yes.
Without Trump, this America First Party is literally going nowhere.
It's cooked, and that's why he's trying to siphon off. I don't know if you noticed with Thomas Massey, because Thomas Massey has like a very.
Was it on the Iran stuff that he was mad on Trump on?
No, the big beautiful bill.
Oh, it was okay. Yeah.
And I was explaining to you, like, I see why he's mad, because literally Tesla stock dumped. You know, most people that drive EV cars are Democrats and progressives. You know, conservatives. Most of us think like, you know, EV, what the fuck, like, environment.
Regardless of size, most business leaders, like, getting into politics is just not good for business.
It's not.
It's not, no matter what. Yeah.
It's terrible. So like he lost billions of dollars in net worth to support hundreds. Yeah, like literally to support Trump. And then he passes this bill. He's like, dude, what the fuck? I put all this work in, and you're just like undoing it with this bill. So obviously I can see why he's mad. But yes, I see your position where, dude, when you have money like him and whatever he has, fuck you money, like no one ever tells him no. So like you were saying, like the degree of mindset you have to like lie about something so fucking trivial says that you literally probably think you're a god and you're a weirdo. But dude, that's all these idiots. Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, whatever. Anytime I hear these tech guys talk, they're fucking weirdos. They speak in a strange manner. Nothing makes sense. They don't say anything.
Something from that software world was weird.
Dude, they're retarded.
I didn't know if like I was either getting like arrogant or
Have
I
you
just.
ever listened to Alex Karp talk?
I don't think I've listened to him talk, but I've listened to a lot of the crypto guys talk.
Painful, dude.
But I
He
listen to
doesn't
like
say anything.
Okay, I listened to 10 minutes of Bezos on Lex because I'm like, are all these guys fucking retarded? Bezos knows his shit. That sounds like a guy who like did shit in his life. I'm like,
Okay.
This guy seems like he understands something. Listening to all of the who's the one guy? He looks like fucking Notch, the Minecraft maker.
Peter Thiel, retard.
There's another Mark Andreessen or whatever. Yeah, these guys are all like, and like they talk like they think that. Yeah. It's like when you meet some kid who's like, oh, I've got like net worth $5 million and I'm 25 and I can coach you on like finance. Like, oh wow, how'd you make your money? And it's like, I bought Bitcoin and forgot about it. And like, bro, you got lucky.
Yeah.
Cash that shit out, shut the fuck up, and go be happy that you got lucky as fuck. Because you don't know anything about what you're talking about. And like, the whole tech world feels like that sometimes.
Yeah, and it's even worse because they can't even talk properly to like make you think that they're intelligent. They're retarded. It's a bunch of word salads. So.
Yeah. They don't have any of the charisma either, which is the thing they're not realizing. Again, Elon Musk is a weirdo. Like that's a guy that conservatives will not like without Trump.
Did you see him at the event where he pulled out the chainsaw? He said,
charisma is important in life, brother. Charisma. The one thing that really taught me that is a video game. All right, so I was playing WWF Raw or WWE Raw. It's on Nintendo 64. It's a really terrible game. Anyways, the only stat that fucking matters is charisma. Once you have the crowd cheering for you, you get like a huge, like 200 plus power up. Like every hit fucking knocks them on their ass, and it's just a simple punch. A throw would just fucking end it. Like, so you literally just put that stat up, the charisma stat up, and you fucking win the game. All right, and that's like real life too. If you have charisma, you could sell anything, you could buy anything, you could talk to anything. Like, charisma is where it's at. All right.
The bureaucracy, and I was like, this guy's so fucking.
Was that the same one where he had the sunglasses on?
Yes.
He was high as fuck for that.
Dude, yeah. Dude, like, and he couldn't get, people don't, like, you probably know this, he couldn't get a clearance for a long time. Like, he couldn't get a clearance because he does drugs.
I feel like the cringiest thing I ever had somebody point out to me, you know that jump he used to do all the time, right? When he would jump on stage?
Oh, yeah, and his belly hangs out and shit.
Do you know why he does that fucking jump?
Why?
He's making a fucking X.
Oh my god.
And if you go and look at picture after picture, I'm like, oh my god.
How do you know that?
Somebody emailed me like, bro, look at like, there's like 10 pictures. He's trying to make the X when he jumps. And I'm like, oh fuck, that's why he looks so fucking goofy. But his kid, that one with the weird name, he calls him X. That was the first letter. He bought that X domain in like 97 and he renamed Twitter X and SpaceX. And he's like a retard. He's like an actual retard.
Yeah, just one of these like people that like thinks they're God, dude. Like, you know what I mean?
I was going to talk to Joe Rogan on More Gamer Shit. He's like, yeah, pro gamers should, like everybody that does surgery should learn how to play pro games because he said they have a 20 millisecond reaction time. And it's like reaction time for humans is like, I think 120 is the theoretical max because that's how long it takes for the ion channels to trip, like 10, 20 milliseconds. Like, to even say that you've never played a game in your life because it's impossible to react to anything. Like,
Yeah.
He's just so
He'll talk about things that he doesn't know about in an authoritative manner, and then anyone that actually knows what the fuck they're talking about, like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But it's so nuanced that only a small group of people will know about it to call him out on it. And then if you do call him out on it, you're like, oh, shut the fuck up.
But then
like,
now it's true because he jumped into so many different topics. When he was talking about Twitter, he's like, yeah, some an actual software dev hopped on, and he was like, we need to redo the whole Twitter stack. And the guy's like, what do you mean when you say that? He's like, well, we need to redo all of it. And the guy's like, what part of it don't you like? And he's like, well, the whole thing. And he's like, walk me through it top to bottom, Elon. And he's like, get this asshole out of the call. He has no clue what he's talking about.
I don't know why he keeps like having him on. Like he's just fucking but yeah, he's a fraud, dude. Like Greg Reese like did a whole thing on him, like exposing like everything that he did is like other people did the work and just comes in and takes credit for it.
Have you seen the videos of some people in like these self-driving cars where they like stop in the middle of the intersection? It's like, oh, I guess we have to get out now because they I think it was in Austin. They started trying the Tesla self-driving.
Oh yes, yeah. That's fucking retarded, man. Yeah, and everything is cooked. But like again, is
I think he's talking about the Wayland cabs.
As I am of him, I know why he has a right to be pissed off with the whole Trump thing, like with the big beautiful bill, because like he put all this time and money into Doge, didn't get paid for.
He invested so much into what. The reason why he invested so much was because he said freedom of speech was in jeopardy, right? So he did get what he paid for, like he buying Twitter and all that stuff. Like we have the no moderation is what he was after, which he did get. So he can't say he didn't get anything out of it.
Lost hundreds of billions of dollars in net worth, and boom, like nothing to show for it.
Yeah,
literally nothing to show for it. Investors all pissed off. You got to go back to work and work a full work week. Like, yeah, cooked.
I know you mentioned video games. You guys disagree strongly on video games. Last time you came on the show, you said you got to make $100K a year to start playing video games as a man.
Yeah, I don't think a guy should even bother with playing video games unless he's making 6 figures a year. Because like you're not making 6 figures a year and you have too much free time. You need to make at least 6 figures before you play any video games.
Do you agree with that?
No, I think you should like
let me stream and make six figures, guys. I need you to follow me, subscribe to me, help me out, watch me play Heroes of the Storm, watch me play Pokemon, and let's make this money.
Life has to be a balance. Some people are designed
6 figurines, baby. Hell yeah.
Fucking grind. I remember the first time I went to the fucking Fresh and Fit studio. This fucking autistic retard. He's walking around like every camera adjusting everything, and I'm like, he's got like the grind. Like this guy will stay up like 16 hours a day learning whatever he needs to learn. But for a lot of people, you need like a little bit of free time. The problem with gaming is just it's a thing that's easy to overindulge in.
Right.
And like if you're playing like 8 hours a day and you're doing whatever.
And that's the problem because it's a slippery slope, dude. Like they don't have the discipline to go out and work. So like, do you think they're gonna have the discipline to like, oh, I've been playing for like 20 hours. Let me like get up and do something. It's like, no, make the money first, learn the discipline there, then like you can go out and play video games.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a bit. Well, this will actually add to your argument here. Like the reason why so many guys like struggle with women is because they're fucking losers. Like let's be honest here. Like they're not.
Look, this is the one thing. This is the greatest advice someone told me about girls. All right, I was bartending. Oh, I was bar backing. The other guy was bartending, and we're talking about girls. And I think I was like, yeah, I just want to be. The one thing he said that just totally, I took everything. I was like, yes. He said, all girls are fucking losers, all right? They're going to go to your house. You got to get a spot so they could go to your spot, all right? And then you can orchestrate whatever you want to do. So you get the wine, you got the nice sheets, you got the whatever. And then you go on and tackle it. But you need this, like, they're all going to go kick it with you, all right? If you have the car, they're going to kick it with you. If you have the place, they're going to kick it with you. And I was like, damn, they really are fucking losers, bro. So, ever since then, I was like, bro, my whole mindset changed on that. So yeah, he is right where like the dynamic is saying that the guy is the loser, but the guy is accepting that part of him as a loser. But dude, if you are charismatic, again, it goes back to being charismatic. You could get anything you want. Anything. Because you know how to talk, you know how to vibe, you know how to click, Like the energy is there. The energy is met. And you can like cultivate it, manipulate it, nurture it, encourage it, But he's right. Most people, a lot of guys that play video games, I see what he's saying. They don't know how to do that. It's not the work thing, right? Anybody could get a job. I mean, not me right now, apparently, but I don't need a job to get a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could just talk. And that's what he's saying. They don't know how to connect.
What they need to achieve. And, again, though I'm critical of feminism and women being hoes and everything else like that, a big part of it is like, well, I got to make my own money.
Hey, I like hoes. I don't like what he just said. I need hoes.
A lot of guys are fucking losers, so that's why, because dudes are lazy.
Yeah.
So
And it's hard nowadays. Like, we don't talk about it as much, but when it comes to technology, like the issue today is like you are competing. Like this show, everything else, you are competing with everything else in the world at all points in time because of the phone, right? Everything you do, you have to be able to capture somebody's attention away from a game, from a phone, from whatever else. And it's hard without, you have to discipline yourself at an early age to not be sucked into that, because video games are designed, it's like gambling almost. Like it's optimally designed to suck so much time away. Yeah, of course, yeah.
The gotcha games, man. The gotcha games are crazy.
It's just like a Call of Duty game, and it's like I just got 47 experience towards this gun, and I got 27 battle points towards my past, and I got 48 things through here, and I got to queue up to the next fucking game, and it's like, yeah.
I'm playing Marvel vs. Rivals, like, I can see why people get addicted to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But I always play it like after I'm done streaming and everything, and I'll play it on stream, so it's like makes sense.
Sure.
It's like I set up like little things here to make sure I don't like fuck myself up.
Yeah, you guys monetize it when you play video games.
Yeah, I do it. Yeah, like if I'm gonna play.
Like I view games are kind of like drugs. I think drugs are like good it's like a recreational enhancement thing, but if it becomes habitual, it's not good. Like I don't think there's anything bad about it. If you want to smoke weed on the weekend, or if you're hanging out with friends or whatever, that's one thing. But if you're doing something every single day and it's like part of your routine, I can get really scary, I think. Yeah.
So let me ask you this: what are your views on like feminism now?
Probably the same as they were before, except I hate women a little bit more now. So. All I'm saying is when I hook up with a chick, I'll be like, "Did you vote Trump or something
Would you
else?"
agree that women
and if they vote for Trump, then I'm
suck at most things then?
The women suck at most things. I probably would, but I'd also say men suck at most things. So
Okay. Well, I think women suck at most things. It's give you credit. All the girls that try to do what you do, they suck at what they suck.
When I hang out with progressive women, usually they like the fact that I'm more aggressive or masculine coded or whatever in my demeanor. When I hang out with conservative women, though, they're like, I like somebody who's not like a fucking loser, because like conservative guys will say like all these women are sluts and hoes and shit. But it's like if you're a conservative woman and you walk into an area and you're like, okay, well, where are all these like good conservative men who are working hard, saving themselves, like doing all this other shit? You can't find them either. So like we all deserve each other.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I mean, well.
Yeah. That's like locker room talk. Like, oh, all these fucking hoes. But like, you really gotta connect with the girl to be like compatible. They're not just fucking hoes. Like, I say it out of funniness, but it's like to be really connected to a person, like that takes time, that takes effort, and you can't just be disrespectful like that. You know what I'm saying? It's different. Now, a bitch on the street, bro, you just kicking it, like, that's nothing. You're not going to invest time into that. That's just like to play around with for the day or whatever, or however long you want. But there's an expiration date in mind, You're not going to really like invest your heart into it.
Because a lot of guys subscribe to the whole feminist ideology, egalitarianism, whatever. So I think that's a big problem for women, because on one end they want to be strong and independent and be their own woman, but at the same time it's like, well, I want a guy that's going to have conservative values, and like unfortunately the two are difficult to mesh together. Because
you can do both. It's not that hard. I mean, you respect them, but you also take control of the situation. You're like, you are the person that's going to make the decisions most of the time, and when they want to make decisions, they can. You don't like shun them from it. Like you kind of encourage, like, oh, what do you want to do? And if they don't say, I don't know, then you take over. It's like, all right, let's do this. Boom. Or give choice. We could do this or that. What do you think is better? That helps too.
It's conservative that's more traditional typically is going to want a girl that's more, independent and, believing in feminism and egalitarianism.
Maybe if the Orthodox APAC people buy out the whole government, they can push us towards a more traditional lifestyle.
Well, they won't accept any of us. We're all goyim to them. Like they're gonna be like, we got to end them all. So it is what it is.
Could you be with a liberal, and Destiny, can you be with a conservative, dating wise?
Like a real relationship or just
real relationship?
No,
it's a deal breaker for you.
I wouldn't be able to because like she would think she's equal to me, and I have to remind her all the time that she's inferior.
It really depends on like where.
I'm glad that Destiny's wore red pill a lot of women though. This is fucking like you don't understand how excited I am.
It really depends on like I think on where the disagreements are. Like I think there are some things that you can get over, and there are some things that you probably can't. Like if you've got somebody who's genuinely like massively pro trans with somebody who's like massively like super racist or something. I don't know. Like these people are probably not going to get along meaningfully. And then it depends on how far you go in the relationship too. Like I could be with somebody probably who's like Christian or religious, but like if we were to have kids, that would get a lot harder because it's like like how so I don't know, it depends. I don't think you need if you need 100% ideological alignment with your partner. I think that's a problem. You should be able to have some disagreements, but it's going to have to be certain types of disagreements. Like some are irreconcilable and others are,
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, like again, small disagreements here and there, but yeah, I think in general, the man's worldview has to prevail over the woman's worldview, and or she, let's say she doesn't have those worldviews when you guys first meet. At some point, she's got to be amenable to change her mind, because I think if the woman's worldview dominates the relationship, you're cooked. That's what I think.
I disagree. I think
you disagree with that?
I think there's going to be a meet in the middle, but I mean.
Yeah, there's like you can meet in the middle. Like you don't have to completely just alter what they think or what they do. You could just be like, all right, this is what I feel about it. We're gonna compromise because we're gonna have kids. So like that's where the compromise happens. Sorry, that's where the compromise happens, and you gotta be good with that because it's not just you and it's not just her, right? No one party is gonna fucking rule the other one. That would both have self-respect enough to do that. I mean, there's other shit like there's other relationships where like one person does everything. Yeah, that's not gonna happen with me though. Fuck that. Too much work.
In the middle is the way to go.
Probably, yeah.
So my only problem with like meeting in the middle, maybe it's because I'm a raging misogynist. I don't know. I think women are inferior to men. So I don't think like, and when I say this, I mean it like from a relationship paradigm, like not from a human rights perspective, but like from a relationship paradigm. Like I look at it like if she's the authority and she's the one leading the relationship, it's just inevitably going to lead to problems. Whereas like if it's your frame, like it's more natural for it to follow you. Does that make sense? So like versus.
I mean, it depends on. Real quick, when are we supposed to be out of here?
We got 6 minutes.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, when it comes to like.
This might be opening up a can of worms then.
Yeah. It has to be grounded out in examples. Like I don't agree with that like leading the relationship thing because I think that different people lead in areas depending on where they excel at. So for instance, like a man might be leading in terms of like he works a certain job and so he's going to dictate the family schedule, maybe even like where you live to some extent if he's going to move for work. But like I seriously doubt the man is going to be like telling the woman, this is the grocery list, you need to buy these things for the household, or you need to do this, or like you have to make sure they go to school and all that. Like the woman will be like a leader in that area. Of course. Like in areas where you butt heads, I would be surprised if a relationship survives very long if there's like a constant like one person wants this and the other person's like, no, we're doing this, bitch.
Let me clarify, because yes, you're correct. My position is anything significant that needs to be done, the man needs to be the main decision maker. And then, like I see what you're saying, like delegate authority, she does this, she does that, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, like she's operating like when she's grocery shopping, I'm buying the food that my husband likes and the kids like. I'm buying what he likes. So those she is the one making
like,
the
man
decision.
is like, I'm earning the money that my family likes to fucking spend. Come on. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's your duty as the man, is to support the family. But like my thing is, I think the general frame of the relationship has to be controlled by the man.
I'm curious, like, what is like one, like, give me an example of like a big disagreement issue in that? Because for a lot of these, I would view these as being basically relationship enders if you have a significant disagreement here.
Okay, so like when you say that, you mean as in like what would like if I disagreed on this, I wouldn't fuck with her at all?
No, like if a man and a woman, where the woman has to follow the man's lead on something they disagree on, like what would be an example issue like that? Where it's both in their domain, where they both have a strong opinion on it, but the woman.
I mean, usually it's a religious one at that point, like holidays and stuff like that, like, and like belief systems. That's a pretty big one, right? Like you have to like, because I deal with that all the time. Like with every girl that I ever date, I'm like usually like very, very floating, so I don't have a like concrete. We gotta do this shit. I'm fucking Jewish or I'm fucking Christian, like hardcore. Like I don't do that shit. I'm very like, yeah, I believe in God, kind of like very not dwelled into the realm. But like if the girl is and like they have like, what if she's a witch? I don't fucking know. Like I'm just like, whatever you believe in, I'm cool with it. As long as I get Christmas and as long as I get Halloween, I'm fucking down. But even that was an issue. So it's like, but I still found a compromise for that, you know?
Has to acquiesce to the man. Like, what would an example topic be for that?
Oh yeah, sure. Politics.
Is it how she votes, or
well, women. I don't think women should. But that was actually on the list. I don't think women should vote. I know you probably disagree with that.
Probably. Yeah.
I think we should repeal the 19th Amendment. But and I can give my position why. But like for example, if she doesn't align with you politically or ideologically, like on certain cultural things, like that's a deal breaker. Like if she, like if she's like a raging Democrat, right, and you're a conservative, like that's probably going to create problems for you in the
But
future.
these would probably be deal breakers to date. Period.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, like she's got to be on the screen.
Issue where it's like the woman strongly believes one thing and the man strongly believes another. Like, let's say that like you've got family in Arkansas and family in Nebraska, and you guys live in Iowa, and it's like, okay, 50-50, we need to figure out where we want to move, and one side's just like, we're going here or it's over. Like, I don't think there's ever a world where it's like, the woman's like, okay, yeah, we'll go live with your family. I agree with that 100%. Like,
yeah, I would think the man needs to make the decision there. But the thing is that when he picks where to move, 9 out of 10 times it's going to be because of where he works, right? So like it's for the betterment of the.
So that's what I'm trying to think of. Like when you say the woman follows the man, like on what issue? Like what is like a thing they could have a disagreement on where
she wouldn't follow him?
Where she has to follow him.
Where she has to?
Because it feels like everything that you're following the man on, the husband's going to be following the woman on, like on the things that she's doing, and then she's following him on the things that he's doing. Like where are these disagreements? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I'm a little confused by
it. When you say the woman has to follow the man,
yeah.
The implication is that both of them might have an opinion on the same thing, but the woman has to acquiesce to the man's opinion on it. So I'm asking, like, what topic could that ever be?
Well, she's also following because she has the same worldview too.
Okay,
it's not like she's
but then
like,
you guys
oh my God, it's not like dragging her
in the same path. Then you're not really.
Yeah, like she agrees with the worldview, which is why it's so much easier for her to follow. But let's say there is to answer your question, let's say there's a discrepancy in worldview. At the end of the day, even if she doesn't like it, she's got to follow him. Is my position.
Sure. I'm just curious,
versus
like,
the other way around.
Example, like what worldview, like what topic, subject, thing.
It could be. Okay, let's say they both have a job, right?
Yeah.
Like, my job is here, your job is here. We got to move though because I make more money here. She needs to follow the man, even though, and be willing to sacrifice her career for him.
I would agree with what you say there, but there was an important added thing that you put there, which is because he makes
more money.
So like,
yeah,
that's the same thing with follow.
Yeah, because she says she makes more money, but if say she didn't make more, she made the money. What then?
He's 40-50K a year, and she's doing some nice HR job. She's making 120 a year, and the guy's like, "I've got an opportunity to make 60,000 a year. We got to move." Does the woman be like, "Yeah"?
Well, this is where I come in, where I say
women shouldn't have more money than.
Yeah, you need to make more money than your girl. So like that wouldn't even happen in my worldview because it's like you need to make enough money. My position is you need to make so much goddamn money where she works off of wanting to do it, and it's a job where it's from home. So it's elective. I don't think women should be in the workplace when she's with you from a position where she has to. It needs to be elective. And I think whenever a woman makes more money than her man, it just creates problems.
Okay. I disagree, but that's a whole, obviously.
That's a whole other episode.
Yeah, that is a whole. I mean, we could do a part 2 on that if you want. We could do a feminism or relationship debate if you want.
Well, have fun with your anti-Trump tour and have fun on the streets of Miami.
Yeah,
man.
absolutely, man. Destiny, it's always good talking to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
But in California, in this economy,
just moments ago, we actually heard.
Damn, bro, that was an hour and a half long, bro. What kind of links are you sending me, bro? I was supposed to play this butcher game a long time ago. That was a good debate, though. I really like that one. That was a great link. Thank you for doing that. I'm gonna end the stream with, not right now, but with a game. All right, I want to play the butcher game, or do I play? No, you're good. I was just messing around. It was a good link. So what I want to do with the last 20 minutes, I'll play a butcher game, or should I play a false start game? I felt so bad for the last guys that we played against. I just cooked the shit out of them, and I'm like, yeah, I was gonna show you like that build. And I did show you a little bit with like the movement, but I didn't really get to fully get in it because I just was whooping their ass so much. I'm gonna get in and out. All right, have good in and out, brother. I'm gonna play this game for the last stream. Thank you very much for being here while you could. All right, let's do this. All right, here we go. One more game. While it's loading, I'm gonna take a piss. Alright, here we fucking go, chat. One more game for Heroes of Storm. Hopefully we don't have a bad game. Hopefully we have a really good solid game, meaning there's no levers, there's no fights with other players. Turn down the music a little bit. It's kind of loud.
The gates shall open in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kill! Fight! Spread my spores! Count me in! Love that healer! Love that healer!
Let's go. Get this camp and then go back up top. Alright. Let's get the experience up here.
Choose a talent. You're just in time for the seeds of my vengeance to sprout. But which of you would rather go first?
Good shit. We stole their camp. Oh, we gotta go get the objective right now.
Their seed is sprouted. Gather, would you? I would so hate for you to not be the first to harvest enough.
Nice. We got one. Woo! That was close. Alright. I'm so out of mana, so I'm gonna go get some right now. Alright. I'll go upstairs. I'll go top lane after we clear this. Alright, let's go up there.
A new seed is set to sprout.
Fuck it, though.
Choose a talent. There's my precious seed. Go and get it.
Alright, let's go do this. Die, boy. Nice. Easy. I am so cooked. Oh shit, I have no mana. Alright, let's do this. We'll probably just park right here. Here we go. I'm just waiting for my cooldowns to come back. All right. Easy. Go top for the experience. Easy. Get this fort down and probably go help my team out. Oh shit. I knew as soon as I took my eyes off this shit, it would fucking be something. As soon as I took my eyes off it. Alright. Trying to get my stream back up on Twitch. Come on, look for it. Oh my god, bro. There it is. get this camp, and I'm gonna go down to the bot lane to help out Diva. Alright.
Prepare to gather it. That seems personal. Nature's splendid. Gather that seed for me. Double kill.
Easy. No problem. I can't even text him.
Killing spree.
Nice. Hell yeah, we got that one.
Such weak flesh. Better to be rid of it. A valiant effort.
Shit, where's my healer? Oh no. I was like, where's my healer at? Hell yeah, give me back up, baby. Time to pay my receipt. Time to get this motherfucker back. Motherfucker. That's what you get. Got that bitch back.
Gather the seed before the enemy dies. I see you have some thoughts.
Alright. Let's go help these fucking people get the objective.
Good. More fertilizer. My. Yet another seed. I trust you know what to do, heroes. Killing spree. It is time. Do what must be done. A well-deserved victory.
Alright, let's get this objective. I think it's gonna be pretty much an early game. Just been whooping ass too much. Alright. Alright, here we go. Let's win this motherfucking game. Oh gosh, I almost died.
A shame. My beautiful terrors have fallen. Oh well. There will always be more. Such a weak flesh. Better to be rid of it.
Steal their camp real quick if we can. Yep, we got it.
A well-deserved victory.
I think they gave up. I don't see them.
Another seed is about to sprout, heroes. Are you ready for it?
Track them down.
Cooked.
Shouldn't you be gathering that seed? I see you have some thorns.
I'll take more of that. Hello, I could use a hand.
Easy. They haven't even got one of our forts. I feel so bad. Fuck, bro. I just been fucking cooking. Got him.
A seed has been planted. It will sprout before you know it. Admit it, you enjoyed that.
You've got some skill.
Mayhem. Gather the seed, heroes, quickly.
All right, guys. That is it for tonight's stream. The debate was awesome. Thank you so much, Mikey, for giving me that debate. I had a great time. I'm noticing that like the energy levels. I was trying to work on this time, and my energy level was way higher this time than yesterday, especially. I'm gonna try to keep this momentum up. I appreciate everybody that came through the chat and vibed out with me and go through my rants. I will see you guys tomorrow, 8 p.m. Same time, same place. Stay hydrated, baby. Peace.